research was solidified with his opportunity to work as a biomedical researcher with Indiana University during this past summer, and has inspired him to major in biochemistry or molecular biology. And you can see that he will be attending Rice University in the fall. And his ambition is to go into medicine or research after studying at this prestigious university. And hopefully he will be able to continue his interest in karaoke, which I did not know. I'm gonna have to see those skills before you leave us. And he is excited to be able to share that interest with others, as he did when he started the karaoke club on campus. I learned something new today about Matthew. So congratulations to Matthew Gonzalez. Congratulations. Stay here. We're gonna embarrass you together. All right, we have a second young man to recognize this evening, and this is Jaden Lee. And I have to scroll because there's a lot of information about all of these finalists. Jaden is a student gardener who is sowing the seeds of success as he works toward his goals. Jaden has been a patient and focused scholar who uses the metaphor of gardening to provide illumination for how he sees life. The act of cultivating plants provides an important lesson that nurturing seeds is a small, incremental task that can eventually lead to a flowering future. Jaden has amassed a variety of experiences that have led directly to his goal of going to medical school to become a pediatrician. After graduating from Duke with a biology degree, I was like, that's not right. And supporting his goal, he was also in Science Olympiad and participated in Guatemala Health Outreach in 2023, where he spent time in rural villages supporting free cataract surgeries for residents and education on hygiene and other outcomes. He's also attended UCSD summer enrichment in math and science, and he was awarded an internship with Stanford Cardiothoracic Surgical Skills this past summer. Whew. Gardening club at Great Oak High School will be one of his favorite memories, and is where he has learned the importance of cultivation and patience, working with his tennis team and environmental science teacher to rejuvenate and beautify an area of campus that has been neglected. He cherishes these and all of the memories and lessons learned during his high school career, and will utilize these lessons to enhance his life moving forward. Congratulations to Jaden Lee. I would add one more thing about Jaden, which we're excited about. He is also a National Merit Scholarship winner, so it's a double for him in this season. So congratulations to him.
All right. Well, we really want to thank everyone for showing up here. We appreciate all of our students and all the amazing things they're doing. Now with this, we are going into open session, so it's going to be kind of a quick transition. So if you guys can help us out as you exit, we're going to be probably transitioning in the next 5 minutes as you exit out that way. If you are looking for speaking for a public comment, please go to the back to Miss Sandy. And thank you once again for coming. Thank you.
We'll give everyone 5 minutes if any families want to take pictures together. Okay, I'm going to go gather everyone from the back so we can get started. Got 2 minutes. All right. Are you good? All right, good evening and welcome to the regular open session meeting of the Temecula Valley Unified School District Board of Education on May 13th, 2025 at 4:43 p.m. In attendance this evening are Dr. Melinda Anderson, Mr. Emil Barham, Dr. Joseph Komrosky, Mr. Steve Schwartz, and Mrs. Jennifer Wiersma. Secretary to the board is Dr. Gary Woods and the executive team. We will now have the Pledge of Allegiance, recited by Great Oak High School students Alexander Toriso, Miguel Gomez, and Angel Martinez III.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with justice for all.
Thank you. All right. At approximately 9:30 p.m., the governing board will determine which of the remaining agenda items can be considered and acted upon before 10 p.m. and may continue all other items on which additional time is required until a future meeting. All meetings are scheduled to end at 10 p.m. So now we have the board president comments, and I just have one comment. I wanted to congratulate Kimberly Velez for winning certificated, help me out, Gary, Administrator of the Year for Riverside County. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Barham will now read out action taken in closed session.
Thank you, Madam President. It was moved by Member Anderson and seconded by Member Komrosky to approve the release of certificated temporary contract employees, ID numbers 249702, 348040, 328734, 298813, 311772, 348068, 237586, 274638, 338433, 279576, 340788, 230398, 335977, 323981, effective at the conclusion of the 2024-25 school year. The motion to approve was a vote of 5-0, unanimous adoption. It was moved by Member Anderson and seconded by Member Schwartz to deny the claim for damages for KR dated April 14th, 2025. The motion to approve was with a vote of 5-0, a unanimous vote. I need to read out this motion made in closed session from April 7th, 2025. It was moved by Member Anderson and seconded by Member Schwartz that all school board members must complete their participation in the ongoing investigation no later than April 21st. If a board member chooses not to participate, a signed affidavit indicating their decision must be submitted to both the superintendent and the investigator by April 21st. Furthermore, if any board member fails to participate in the investigation or submit the necessary affidavit by the deadline, their participation in the coast-to-coast CSBA Washington, D.C. trip will be canceled, and the district will be instructed to cancel any airfare, hotel accommodations, and registration for the event related to that board member's attendance. Lastly, the superintendent will ensure all board members are informed of this requirement and will monitor compliance with the deadline. The vote went as follows: Schwartz, yes; Wiersma, no; Komrosky, no; Barham, yes; Anderson, yes. The motion to approve was adopted with a vote of 3-2. That's it.
Thank you. All right, we now have our last recognitions, announcements, and school-related organizations. So we have the last student spotlight. Are you guys ready? All right. Looks like tonight we're starting with Chaparral High School. We have Sydney Ford and Lucas Liu.
Good evening, Superintendent Woods, board members, and cabinet members. My name is Sydney Ford, and I'm Chaparral High School's ASB president.
And I'm Lucas Liu, the ASB vice president. Thank you for having us this afternoon.
After spring break, we were incredibly excited to hold our ASB elections for next year, where we held interviews and an election for next year's ASB council. Our juniors also finished their CASP testing as well.
From April 21st to the 25th, we held our annual culture fair, where various culture clubs held activities during lunch. We had spotlights from DSU, BSU, Latinos Unidos, Asian Pacific Island Club, and others as they helped present during lunch.
On Monday, April 21st, we also had our annual Puma Spirit Games. This amazing event combines the CHS Unified program, Chaparral Sports, and ASB, as well as the special needs programs at our local middle and elementary schools. We had student volunteers from track, cheer, volleyball, soccer, baseball, and football who helped teach our students how to play these sports.
Last Saturday, we also had prom at the Arctic Anaheim Regional Transportation Center, which the theme of Under the Sea. It was a super amazing night with several different activities for students to do, including a character artist and poker and blackjack tables. We were also proud to crown Travion Jones and Abby Hernandez as our prom king and queen.
We are also in the midst of AP testing as well. Some of the biggest tests we had this year are AP Lang with 230 people taking the exam, AP Psych with 158, and AP Pre-Calc with 180 students.
Please enjoy this video of some of the events we've already had.
This will be an everlasting love. This will be the one I've waited for. This will be the first time anyone has loved me.
There's no combination of words I could put on the back of a postcard. No song that I could sing, but I can try for your heart. Our dreams, and they are made out of real things, like a shoebox of photographs with sepia tone loving. Love is the answer, at least for most of the questions in my heart, like why are we here and where do we go, and how come it's so hard? It's not always easy, and sometimes life can be deceiving. I'll tell you one thing, it's always better when we're together. It's always better when we're together. Yeah, we'll look at them stars and we're together. Well, it's always better when we're together. Yeah, it's always better when we're together. And all of these moments just might find.
Next week is full of fun events, both for our seniors and for the rest of the student body as we wrap up the school year. Next Tuesday, May 20th, is Senior Awards Night, where seniors are recognized for involvement in various capstones, activities, and those getting department and overall honors and awards.
Next Friday, June 23rd, is the end of the year rally hosted by ASB and featuring performances from Girls and Boys Dance, Cheer, Hiohananani, Haka, and other groups. The theme is fairy tales.
We also have additional senior events coming up in the next 3 weeks. The first being Grad Bash at Universal Studios on Friday, May 30th. Last week, we had our bus selection before school where we were able to line up early in the morning to make sure we got on the same buses as the rest of our friends.
One of the favorite events of the end of the school year is always Walk of Gratitude. On Tuesday, June 3rd, our seniors will be able to go back and visit their old elementary and middle schools in order to be an example to those students and get to thank and say hi to their old teachers.
On Wednesday, June 4th, we also have a combined event with graduation practice and senior sunset. Our fellow seniors and ourselves will practice how we line up and organize the order of graduation speakers before being able to play games on the lawn and watch the sunset together for our last time.
And as all our work has led up to, our graduation ceremony is taking place on Thursday, June 5th, sorry.
We're so excited for the strong end to the year and all the events that we have these next 3 weeks. Since both Lucas and I are seniors, this will be our last time presenting at a TVUSD school board meeting, so we wanted to thank you for all your continued support this past year. As always,
Go Pumas!
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Great Oak High School. And we have Alicia Rodriguez. Oh, no. We have. Oh,
Don't apologize. It's all good.
so we have Madison Jans. And Abigail, will you pronounce your, every meeting I've said.
So it's pronounced Huth. It's like
Huth.
Ruth, but with an H.
Okay, Abigail Huth. First meeting I got it right. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Madison Jantz, your senior board representative.
And I'm Abby Huth, your junior board representative.
And before we start, I just wanted to say a huge thank you. I've been here doing this for 2 years, so I've seen a lot of you guys over the course, and you've seen me for 2 years. I'd say I changed a lot, I hope so. But thank you for this opportunity. I don't think a lot of people understand exactly what we do, but being able to just publicly speak and being able to interact with other schools and just learn more about what happens at Great Oak has truly just been an eye-opener. And above all else, meeting Abby. I probably would not have been able to do that without our group. We met at a random soccer game. Mr. Skaggs said, you know who would be really good at this job? Abby. And since then, we've never separated. So I'm really just grateful for this opportunity, but I know we have time, so I'll get started.
I'm so excited. I'm so sad Madison's leaving, but I'm excited for next year. We have Cadence Lane and Amina Shams that are going to join me, and we're going to have so much fun and hopefully continue to inspire and share the goodness that's happening at Great Oak. First off, we just wanted to say congratulations to our amazing peer leaders who hosted the Because Nice Matters Carnival for all of our elementary school students that they've been visiting throughout the school year. Great Oak's outreach starts early, and we take pride in our involvement within our elementary school community. The students got to come to Great Oak and participate in a rally, play games, do face painting, and so much more. This was our first time doing this event, and we can't wait to continue this tradition for many years.
And then we also had our annual staff versus student basketball game with the staff coming out on top. It was a tight game with our students leading for most of the game, but our staff members would never let themselves continue if they lost to the students, and they pulled through. They did it, and we're really lucky that we have such an outgoing and enthusiastic and involved staff who want to participate in things like that, because it's really just what makes the students just super excited. So we're really happy to have such an amazing staff.
All of our cultural awareness clubs participated in Great Oak's variety show this last week. We had so much fun seeing all their fun cultures through their dancing, singing, and so much more.
And then our third-year engineering students showcased their hard work and innovation this year during the capstone presentation, where family, staff members, community members, and students came together to view the students' final projects, which represented research, design, problem-solving, and collaboration.
Great Oak recently had its Unified Prom as well, a wonderful night filled with music and so much dancing. Seeing the community come together for our Unified students that night was something we'll never forget. The students had so much fun, and the night was so special. We're so grateful for all the dedicated staff members, student volunteers, and our amazing community for creating such an amazing and involved event.
And then a big congratulations to Matthew Gonzalez, who you guys already saw earlier today, who was recognized as Great Oak's Class of 2025 valedictorian. And then Chloe Lee, our Great Oak's Class of 2025 salutatorian. Salutatorian. I messed it up earlier and I messed it up again. I messed it up every time. They're the really, really smart people, and they're going to be speaking at graduation, and we can't wait to hear what they have to say. And it couldn't have gone to a pair of more deserving students. Being in their class, you really just understand how incredibly innovative they are, and it's truly inspiring. And we also wanted to say a big congratulations to Jonathan Tafoya, who was our Student of the Year for Great Oak, which is an amazing accomplishment, one out of the whole senior class to be picked, so it's absolutely amazing.
One of Great Oak's leadership students' favorite traditions is Staff of the Pack. This is where all of our senior leadership students get to select a teacher to have lunch with. Jersey Mike's this year was so kind and donated lunch for all these students. They had a great time exchanging stories and giving a thank you to what staff member that made such a big impact on their school year.
And then on May 3rd, our students attended prom at the Natural History Museum in San Diego. This night was filled with dancing, flower crown making, and then wandering the museum, which was my favorite part. I love museums, so I was so excited to see the venue, and it did not disappoint. So we just wanted to say a big thank you to the San Diego Natural History Museum for letting us. And we also wanted to say a big congratulations to Jack Paradise and Fiona Schuster for being our king and queen.
In sports, our boys 4x800 team ran a national leading time at Mount Sac Relays of 7 minutes, 35.10 seconds. Along with being number 1 in the nation, they now hold the school record, and they also hold the prestigious Mount Sac Relays meet record. They are currently on their road to state and will compete at Masters next weekend. Our track and field team's historic season is currently being filmed into a docuseries and can be found on MileSplit's YouTube.
And with that, we hope you enjoy the video, and thank you again for having me for 2 years. And yeah,
I'll
thank
see you next school year.
Oh yeah, she'll still be here.
All time, so they see you dance just one more time. So they say, dance for me, dance for me.
All right. Thanks. Now we have Alicia Rodriguez and Nick Johnson from Temecula Valley High School.
Good evening, and thank you again for having us for the very last meeting of the year. It has been a fun 3 years of doing Student Spotlight, and I'm very grateful for this opportunity during the past 3 years, and I hope you guys aren't tired of me yet because I still have this one to present. And for the very last refresher, I'm Alicia.
And I'm Nick. And I just wanted to thank you guys for the past 2 years. Being the student speaker alongside Alicia has been such a rewarding experience, and I'm so lucky to have this privilege and opportunity of sharing the latest updates of such a special school. So let's get into it. So next Friday is our final rally of the school year, our recognition rally. We celebrate and recognize all of the achievements of our high school that has made in the past year in a fun rally setting. It's like a year in a review. The theme is outer space, as 2 visitors from outer space are given a tour of TV with all performances from TVHS dance teams, Ohana and Haka, swing, stunt, and baile folklorico. It is always such a fun way to wrap up the school year.
Our annual Goldies Awards are given out at the rally as well. The Goldies Awards are a cherished tradition at titles like the Mama Bear Award, the Hibernation Award, the Honeybee Award, and the Paw Print Award.
2 weeks ago, we wrapped up prom hosted at Joya Kitchen in Torrey Pines. The venue was decked out with Greek-style decorations following our Here We Go Again theme. The dance floor was full of dancing queens. And a special shout out to our prom royalty, Dominic Bonaventura and Tamia Smith.
Next year, our ASB program is expanding with the addition of Link Crew, or as we're going to refer to it as, Golden Guides. It will be a mentorship program guided by upperclassmen to engage and uplift freshman students to promote a well-rounded school environment while getting them connected right away. They will share experiences, collaborate through workshops, and be guided on the right path as they enter high school. There will be one upperclassman per 10 freshmen, so we hope to see many new connections being made.
A special shout out to one of our many amazing teachers on campus, Miss Mayar, who was named TVUSD Teacher of the Year. She's a wonderful teacher who is so caring, kind, organized, and really pushes her students to challenge themselves.
2 weeks ago, we had the opportunity to have a small flock of sheep from Kuman 99 farm on our hillside to help with the regen agriculture. The sheep were able to graze over the crops and help improve our soil, which will help us plant grapes next month.
Drama presented Seussical, the musical, a show that incorporates a bunch of Dr. Seuss stories with the main message to welcome people no matter how small. It premiered over 6 nights, bringing laughter and entertainment.
This month, the Bears celebrate Asian American and Pacific Islander culture and heritage. TVHS couldn't be more happy to celebrate this month with our students as we put on events to share the traditions of AAPI. For example, we have an upcoming lunchtime activity to share and educate students on the tradition of sushi making, a Chinese temple, and as well as interviewing AAPI-owned local businesses around Temecula and recognizing different AAPI cultures each week.
Now that the end of the year is coming to an end, we have a full line of events for our graduating seniors. This upcoming Monday is the senior notch trip, followed by commitment and athletic signing ceremonies, the senior barbecue and senior breakfast, walk of gratitude, senior sunrise, and finally, graduation. They've worked so hard for the past 4 years, and we couldn't be more proud of what the future holds for them.
This week is filled with a bunch of concerts with orchestra this evening, band on Wednesday, and on Friday, and we both have choir and improv as well. We're also looking forward to our VAPA Senior Showcase at the end of May with performances from all of our groups getting on stage one more time as a bear.
We like to finish up with our athletic acknowledgments. It's an impressive spring season. Our stunt cheer team were league champions and made it to CIF quarterfinals. We had 3 golfers compete in individual CIF, Jake Vickery, Anderson Sturba, and Jeffrey Thornton. The baseball team is headed to round 1 of CIF on Monday with the addition of swimmers and track stars still making their run. We're really excited to see Hayden DeBlanc, who has last week in the preliminaries set a new school record for the 100-meter breaststroke, which has stayed strong since 1999.
I guess that wraps it all up for this school year and for Nick and I's time as TV student board representatives.
We're excited for Kenzie and Megan to take our spot next year, and we thank you again for this opportunity. For the very last time from us, once again, I'm Nick.
And I'm Alicia, and stay golden.
Okay, so then we have a video, what was that? Yeah, from Rancho Vista High School. Thanks.
Good evening, board members and cabinet. I'm Nathan Lazoya.
And I'm Guillermo Bustos.
And we're from Rancho Vista High School. We are beyond excited to share with you the incredible events and accomplishments that have taken place since we last met. First off, we would like to thank all of you for being here today. And then to start, a group of our students recently had the opportunity to visit the Universal Technical Institute. This hands-on field trip introduced students to careers in automotive and technical trades. It was a valuable experience for those interested in pursuing vocational and technical paths after high school. Also, in support of college readiness, we had students attend a field trip to Riverside City College. They toured the campus, explored program options, and gained insight into life after high school. It was an eye-opening experience for many and part of our mission to broaden post-graduation pathways.
Next, we celebrated prom with Temecula Valley. The event was elegant, bright, and memorable for our students, and we would like to thank TV tremendously for allowing our students to join their prom.
Our students also organized a friendly student versus student soccer match, promoting school spirit and healthy competition. It brought out strong participation and support from peers and staff, showing how sports can unite and energize a campus.
During Staff Appreciation Week, students and staff swapped places and dressed as each other for the day.
And finally, to bring some cool fun to campus, we hosted a snow cone lunch activity. Students enjoyed free snow cones and music during lunch, a simple but appreciated treat as the weather warms up.
One of the highlights of the month was our RVHS Fun Night. The evening featured free food, a pop-up thrift store, games, music, and prizes. It was a fantastic way to unwind and build community. Events like these not only reward students but also strengthen school connections outside the classroom. We had 150 guests attend this wonderful event.
As we wrap up, I'm sad to share that I will no longer be in charge of the RBHS Student Spotlight presentation due to my return to Great Oak. We're excited to introduce the new Student Spotlight presenters,
Gina Amanonsa and Sophia Angulo.
For the final time, I would like to say that every day our campus culture grows and becomes stronger, and we would like to sincerely thank you all for your time and support. Soar with style, Eagles.
Thank you. So, are you guys ready to head out? Thanks. Thank you. Good. We now have the TVEA spotlight.
Well, I guess it is good evening. I'm about to say good afternoon, but we're starting so early. My name is Edgar Diaz. I'm the president of Temecula Valley Educator Association that presents teachers, educators, counselors, psychologists, and any other person with a certificate in the district. First, we'd like to tell the parents out there, teachers across the district felt the love last week. I walked into a bunch of different sites. They had food, they had treats, there was messages coming by, there was flowers, there was chalk art. I know all of our teachers appreciate it, especially for that last little boost to get us to the end of the year. For our students, I know we were out there, TVA was out there handing out 17 scholarships yesterday, so there was about 200 plus students who were happy to be moving on to some sort of second career after high school. I know I've been on a school schedule with a summer all my life, so I don't envy the possibilities they have right now because it's open to them wherever they want to go. My daughter's a senior, and I know a bunch of them already referenced it. AP tests are coming to an end, and that's like a year-long commitment of just coming down to one test in crunch time. But I know the celebrations for seniors as they get to go out and celebrate with their grad nights and whatnot. I think it's going to be a great moment for all of you. You guys are hosting a retirement event on Thursday. We're hosting it tomorrow. We have 45 teachers retiring from the district, probably a good 1,000 years of teaching experience combined between them all, some with about little as 7 years, some just joining the retired list in the last 2 years because they just had to join the bandwagon and move out. But for 45 of these individuals, that's going to be the first August. They don't have to wake up in the morning. It's going to be super exciting for them. I'd like to also congratulate Dr. Velez for your Administrator of the Year for Riverside County. I had spottings of you at the event center in the pink suit, and I said, can't wait to see it today, so I'm glad we're here, and you kept the same outfit. I'd like to give a shout out to HRD. We've been working with them on moving over many of our temporary teachers over to contracts. 53 temp teachers are now probationary, which means they will have higher rights within the district. 38 of those received temp offers, but there is works to try to get them in before the school year is out, because I want you to emphasize again that with possibility to move over to probation or prior to the start of the year, this demonstrates to teachers who have moved from across the region to Temecula that you are committed to them just as they have committed to the students of TVUSD. We've concluded TVA elections. Well, actually, no, we're still in the process of it, but we do have a new officer, Derek Hyde from TVHS, right in the back. He is our new treasurer. He'll be representing TVA as one of the 4 officers. And we also completed an admin survey for the district. We had about almost 70% of our members completed that. Again, that's to be able to have culture and climate, and for teachers to be able to have a conversation with administration about how that is working for the year and how to improve that. And the last moment is the SPED Governing Board Subcommittee. Glad it's there. Hope to have something permanent moving forward.
Thank you. Lene, did we have any student comments tonight? No student comments. Okay, before we get into consent, I forgot to tell the public that we did pull some items from the agenda. We pulled item number 7 from, was that information? Were they all from action or from information? 7 and 8 from information reports. Okay. So we pulled number 4, number 7, and number 8 from information and reports. And which one did we pull from action? We pulled number 9 from action. So if you didn't get that at the beginning, all of those items have been pulled from the agenda. Okay. All right. Are there any public comments on consent items? There's one public comment on, okay, let's go ahead and get going with that.
Stacy Perez.
Good evening, President Anderson, trustees, Superintendent Woods, and district leadership. I'm Stacy Perez. I'm the Executive Director and Principal of Temecula International Academy, and I'm here with Board President Nadia Hasaid. In April, Temecula International Academy's charter was renewed for 5 years. I just want to take a moment to thank you all for working with us, previously on Prop 39 and now on a 2-year facilities use agreement. This partnership
I'm sorry,
means
just real quick, could you tell me what consent item this is? So I can-
31.
31, okay, thank you. Go ahead and start the
This
time.
partnership means so much to our school community, and we're truly grateful for your time, your effort, and your willingness to collaborate. A very special thank you to Lisa Brown. Her support, communication, and professionalism throughout this process made all the difference. She's helped us feel heard and respected, and that goes a long ways. We're looking forward to continuing to build a positive relationship with the district, and we appreciate the opportunity to move forward together for the benefit of all of our students. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, and then were there any consent items to be pulled? Yes? All right, let's start.
Warrant list, number 3. Number 20. Sorry. Warrant list is number 6, excuse me. Number 20, 22, 45.
Are there any other consent items to pull? Okay.
Let's go.
Okay.
Let's go ahead.
So I don't
Number
really have.
6.
I'm going to start with number 6,
Okay.
the warrant list. I just wanted to shout out Brad in Nutrition Services.
Oh, yeah.
Because on this warrant list, there are contracts open. He's done such an outstanding job with his budget that the California Department of Education has given Temecula permission for him, which is very unusual because the only things out of that budget that we can spend money on are food and equipment to serve the food. But the California Department of Education has given the district permission for him to spend money on our shade structures for Chaparral High School and Temecula Valley High School, which I think we're thinking out of the box here. And normally these items would be paid out of facilities, but he has done such a great job in managing this budget. And this is hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I just think for somebody who's managing food and food service, to have all of this extra money left over so that we can pay for shade for our students during the summer or during the hot times of the year is very commendable. So I wanted to point that out and say thank you, Brad, for all of your hard work and your team as well, because it's a team effort in your department and in Business Support Services. Thank you. That's it on number 3. Or number 6, excuse me. Again, I don't know why I keep saying number 3.
It's half of 6.
Yeah, you're right. So I wanted to ask a question on this contract, SVMI, Silicon Valley Mathematics. Dr. Velez, so it seems that so that we can practice for our year-end state testing, that we're using this service for performance tasks. Is that correct?
That is correct. So this resource provides assessments in the mathematical domains of problem solving, data analysis, and communicating reasoning that our students typically struggle with most on the CASP assessment. So that is correct.
Yeah, and I was going to say, so we don't have any performance tasks like listed in our regular textbooks in math.
So it's my understanding, and Joe can give me the nod up and down, it's my understanding that because we do not have that, we utilize this service for that.
Okay. So I guess when we do our adoption, which we're going to do soon, we're going to look for textbooks and resources that have performance tasks in them.
Yes, one of the measures we always really look for.
Right, so that,
Yep.
so that we don't have to pay for this.
That is correct.
Okay, that sounds good. All right, and also on number 22, can you give an overview as to what this contract is going to do in terms of helping our teachers and our students, please?
Yes, I'd be happy to. So ESGI is a one-to-one digital assessment platform that we use for our transitional kindergarten and kindergarten teachers in TVUSD, and we use it to measure foundational skills in English language arts and math. The district has developed custom standards-based assessments with ESGI that align with our curriculum, really enabling our teachers to assess students individually, help track their progress, and generate real-time data. ESGI actually streamlines the assessment process, saving teachers a significant amount of instructional time by replacing paper and pencil tasks that we've had to do in the past. It supports early intervention by quickly identifying learning gaps and tracking student growth over time. So when we talk about progress monitoring, that's really what we mean. The platform enhances professional and parental communication through automatically generated personalized parent reports, both in Spanish and in English. But I think the most important piece to this is ESGI reports serve as the TK and kindergarten report cards in TVUSD. It's got customizable features that allow us to ensure alignment with district priorities and district and state standards.
Okay, so the teachers like this?
I have heard no complaints about this because it actually does help them be much more efficient in terms of the assessment process.
Okay. And then, what's 45, Mrs. Lash, because I'm brain dead with all the information, and I know you've talked about this. What is this project on Poolroy and Benton? Please refresh, I forgot.
So you'll recall in December, I brought to the board an initial architect contract to explore options for this location, and then in January, when we gave a facility update, we talked about having a north campus summer school or intercession location. And so we are, again, still in the very early stages. Once we get farther along, and tonight is the architect contract for the full scope of work.
Right.
Once we have that defined with better estimates, we'll be coming back to the board for final approval of what that looks like. We're hoping that during the year when it's not being used, we can utilize it for some professional development, but then use it for summer school, ELOP, as well as spring camp. So right now, bases is really held at Vale Elementary School, but that's quite a trek for some of our French Valley families, so this should be a big help.
They'll love that.
Yes.
Right? Okay, thank you.
So is there any other questions? Then I move to approve the consent calendar.
Second. Second.
Lene?
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes.
Barham? Anderson?
Yes, the motion was adopted unanimously. Okay. I'm going to turn the meeting time over to Mr. Arce, who's going to introduce the candidates for principal.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. I want to thank the governing board for approval of our personnel items list today in consent, which also listed our new principals. So we had some principal assignments on that list, and I'd like to introduce these exemplary selections to the community. And let's start with our new principal over at Margarita Middle School, Dr. Sarah Slowby. Dr. Sloby joined TVUSD as a middle school assistant principal and quickly distinguished herself as a thoughtful and dedicated instructional leader, an intellectual by nature and a passionate advocate for student success. She's devoted her career to ensuring that all students thrive. Most recently, she broadened her leadership experience at the high school level, further strengthening her understanding of the secondary curriculum and continuum, and we know she's going to do an amazing job. Sarah Sloby, everyone. New principal for the next school year at Bell Ranch Middle School is Mr. Brent Wozniak. Oh, look at that, Brent. Mr. Wozniak has been a valued member of TVUSD for several years, bringing with him a strong foundation in educational leadership. He began his journey with us as a middle school assistant principal and most recently expanded his expertise at the high school level, where he continued to refine his leadership capacity and instructional focus. Known for his balanced and grounded presence, Mr. Wozniak leads with a calm confidence that earns respect and trust, and we know he's going to do an amazing job at Vail Ranch Middle School. Mr. Brent Wozniak, everyone. At Gardner Middle School, Miss Corey Gallegos. Ms. Gallegos brings a wealth of experience and a deep commitment to instructional excellence. She began her leadership journey as an instructional coach in TVUSD, where she championed the effective use of technology to enhance teaching and learning. She participated in our Temecula Valley Leadership Academy and Aspiring Administrators Academy, further honing her leadership skills and vision. Most recently, she served as the assistant principal at Nick Valley Elementary School, where she demonstrated strong instructional leadership and a collaborative spirit that brought staff, students, and families. And last but certainly not least, at Summit Academy, we'll have Kelly McFedries. Ms. McFedries began her career in TVUSD as a high school assistant principal at Chaparral High School, which gave her a strong secondary leadership foundation. Prior to her tenure in TVUSD, she also served as a principal at a special education setting. She later transitioned to Summit Academy, where she has worked alongside Principal Keith Moore to help shape the school's instructional vision and commitment to innovation. And we know she's going to continue all of those things that she's passionate about at Summit Academy, everyone. Kelly McFedries. Thank you, Dr. Anderson.
Thank you. We're excited. Thank you, board.
Can I make one comment?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I just want to thank the board for allowing us to run a rigorous process. And I think these four in the audience will tell you that was a rigorous process. The cream rose to the top. Congratulations.
We are now moving on to action items. Would the board be okay if we took a 5-minute recess? Okay, we've been here since 3, so if that would be okay. Thank you. Okay, thanks. All right, I think we're ready to get started. All right, we're ready to get started on action items. Do we have? Okay, we'll give it a minute. Okay, so action item number 1 is the contract to conduct a community bond feasibility study with True North Research. How many comments do we have?
1.
Okay.
George Rapsowitz. Sorry about that.
Sorry. Hi, everybody. How you doing? My name's George Rapsowitz. I have a doctorate in business. I'm a business owner. I'm also a federal employee. I deal heavily in acquisition and contracts. I want to point out that I looked at this contract, and it's dated today, but it has dates of service from April 15th to June 30th. Was there an unauthorized commitment prior to this being voted upon? I looked at their pricing. Their pricing's in line. There's nothing wrong with their pricing. It's about 400 hours over a 10-week period to conduct a feasibility study. However, you cannot conduct a feasibility study. I don't care what kind of simulation model, Monte Carlo, or bootstrapping in IBM SS that you utilize to supplement your data. You cannot do it until you have your new budget in from the state. It's very easy to conduct a feasibility study. You look at your previous year's budget, you look at what you get from the state, you look at the gap. The reason why you do that is if you're going to propose a bond measure now and have the feasibility study before you get the data, well, maybe the feasibility study comes back hypothetically, and I don't deal in hypotheticals, I deal in relativity, comes back 2 to 5% per every $100 bond measure on property assessed. Or, in this case, $50 at 5 cents for every 100,000. So what happens if their feasibility comes back and their hypothetical analysis is a $27 million gap, but you have a $50 million gap? Well, you just put out a bond measure. You pay $30,000 for somebody to do a feasibility study, and their numbers are all wrong. So if I could implore you to do anything, please wait until you get your budget. Also, I'm curious why this wasn't competitively bid. I'm a disabled veteran business owner in the state of California, certified. I'm also a licensed contractor. There are 17 companies within a 30 square mile radius, circular radius, that are capable of doing this. Why wasn't this competitively bid? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more public comments? Okay. Mrs. Lash, maybe you can address some of the concerns that the public had.
Well, I'd like to start by requesting 10 minutes to adequately present this topic, if that's okay.
I'm okay with 10 minutes. Are you okay? And then, are you okay answering questions, including?
Well, I'll go through the presentation and then I'll see if
that's what I'm saying at the very end. Okay.
So I'm here tonight with our municipal advisor, Adam Bauer, who will be presenting some of this information as well. But at the end of the day, the only question is whether or not the board would like to engage with the community. That's the only question on the agenda tonight. When we say bond feasibility survey, this is just polling the community and taking their temperature on a general obligation bond. What is a general obligation bond? It is voter-approved debt. This isn't debt of TVUSD. This is voter-approved debt, which is why it goes on a ballot, for the use of school facility improvements. So, just an update on current TVUSD dollars. Back in 2012, this community passed Measure Y general obligation bond. And those dollars by this September will be completely gone. We did incredible things over the last 13 years with Measure Y, but it is now gone. All of the remaining facility dollars that we have outside of those bond dollars, which has been state matching, CFD dollars, are fully allocated and committed to facility projects. Right now, we have Nicholas Valley, Margarita Middle School, Temecula Elementary School, all under modernization, with Temecula Valley High School next. So with all of our existing dollars, those are already allocated for future projects. Lastly, we receive about $7 million a year in ongoing revenue outside of a general obligation bond. So this is our CFD money, or what we other folks refer to as Mello-Roos, and developer fees. So we receive about $7 million a year ongoing currently in other facility revenue outside of a bond. So why are we here tonight? Why are we asking this question now of the community? Couple things. Number one, you can only put a general obligation bond on the ballot during an even number year. Most districts went out in 2000, not. Our next opportunity is 2026. If we do not go out for a bond in 2026, our next opportunity will not be until 2028. Our current facility dollars, as I just mentioned, are running low. And we had a facility master plan put together. The total needs for TVUSD as a whole is $1 billion with a B. And a lot of those things are need to have. Some of them are nice to have. Like middle schools, when they were surveyed, they all asked for a gymnasium. So that's included in the facility and master plan. But for those of you that were here, we engaged lots and lots of community members, parents, students, staff members at every single facility location. We looked at maintenance needs and also what students were asking for, what staff was asking for, and what parents were asking for. And that's all what's in that facility master plan that's in our website that totals $1 billion. The last reason why we are here tonight is because it takes a year of preparation to get a bond on the ballot. So if we want to go out for a bond in 2026, we need to start the process now. So that's why we're here tonight. To talk a little bit about the process and our bonding capacity, I'm going to bring up Adam Bauer to talk through those aspects.
Good evening, and thank you once again. My name is Adam Bauer. We serve as the municipal advisor to the district. The first slide here really fine-tunes a point that Ms. Lash had made, and that is you can only put a Proposition 39 GEO measure on in even years, and even more specific than that, it has to either be in a primary or general election. And that's what I'm highlighting there at the bottom of the chart. When you look at this, you also see that there's two dates there. There's the bond measure has 4 phases to it. The first 3 are district associated. The last phase is advocacy, and the first 3 phases cannot be advocacy. The item before you this evening really kicks off and starts that feasibility study in phase 1. Determine, is this viable? And if it's viable, what types of things and how should it be structured? Then you build consensus, build a strong measure, and eventually get to the advocacy piece. Our next slide focuses on kind of what does this cost the taxpayers, and on the far left is looking at different tax rates. For a unified district, the highest you can go is $60 per 1,000, so you can see we're well below that. But we're also looking at what does it cost for all the measures that the district has on the tax roll today. And so I'm going to show you a slide in a minute, but you have approximately $20 per 1,000 currently on the tax roll from the measure that Ms. Lash had just mentioned. And then to the far right there, we show you kind of what it costs to repay. But then in the middle there, that par amount, just a bit below that, is what would be available for projects. On our next slide, we say, well, not only does it, what does it cost on a tax rate per basis? That's a bit opaque. What does it actually cost a homeowner that has a typical home of about $488,000 in the district? So you're probably hearing me say 488 and thinking that's a really low number. But assessed value of taxable property is often much lower than the current sales price in the current home. But we looked at all the way from 10 to 60 and what would it cost individual homeowners. So dark blue is the tax rate. The light blue or whitish, that is what it would cost each one of those homeowners with that median assessed value that I just provided. In our next slide, I told you I'd show you a chart and show you what's on the tax bill today versus what might be should something like this move forward. The navy blue says Measure Y in the top there. That's on the tax bill if you do nothing. The only thing we're going to do there is refinance it if you give us authorization to do so when we can. And then the light blue, green, peach, and light blue again, that is a potential additional GEO bond measure that layers in and wraps around this measure to try to all stay below that $36. You can see there, we show you that total project amount there to the far right. And so now finally, this is a more detailed schedule, and if you were to move forward with this, we'd get even more detail. But I think the initial phase is to really to get a survey, kind of get that independent feedback about no go, and if it's a go, what type of structures to look at. And then from there, this would turn into 4 or 5 pages that we'd work with district staff on. But this is a very high level to give you some perspective on what it would look like. But to look at a June election, we'd likely be before you in February. And so when Ms. Lash talks about that timeline, this is, like I said, a condensed version of it, but these are the steps that need to be undertaken along the way.
Okay, and before I move on to wrap it up, so if we already have $20 per 100,000 in assessed value, and we went out and just did another 10, it'd be $48 a year to the average homeowner in Temecula. If somebody was at, if we were at $40 per 100,000 in assessed value, it's $191 per year to the average taxpayer. I hate to say average, median homeowner in Temecula. That's why this slide is so important. Most people want to know, how does that impact me as an individual homeowner? Well, this is the price that we're looking at for, on the right, in a year, what would show up on your property taxes. So I just wanted to point that out before we moved on. So, reminder, the board and TVUSD does not have the authority to issue bonds. They only have the authority to put it on the ballot for the community to consider. That's the only authority we have. For a 2026 bond, we would have to start the process now. We would survey the community now and see how close we are. If we're not even close, we will come back and say, hey, the community is not in support of this. If they are in support, I would recommend that we survey them again in 6 months to make sure they're still in support of this. But the process takes a lot of educating of the community, and right now I'm just asking, do we want to take their temperature? And lastly, we don't have to do this. We absolutely do not have to ask the community at all. But if we don't ask the question and we move forward with Measure Y expiring and moving forward with just $7 million a year in revenue, it will have an impact on our facilities and our improvements and our ability to modernize facilities. You're not going to see the same modernization projects that you're seeing at Nicholas Valley, Margarita Middle School, Vale Elementary. They're going to be more maintenance. That, we just did the ribbon cutting at Chaparral with the athletic facility. None of those, it's not going to look the same. Facility improvements are going to be strictly what we have to do. It's $1.5 million to re-roof an elementary school. To put some context there for you, we have over 350 portables in our district with an average life of 30 years. So our needs are growing, and I'm okay if we don't survey the community, but just know there will be an impact on what we're able to do from a facility perspective moving forward if we don't. And I'm sorry, for the question that was for April, we originally were planning on bringing this to the April board meeting. We have not moved forward in any way in engaging this firm. It will all be dependent on the board's position tonight. So I think even on one of the slides in the timeline, it says April to May. We would have to push that back a month because we didn't quite get this on the agenda as early as we were hoping. So we haven't begun the process at all. Okay, so go ahead. Your microphone's not on, Dr. Komrosky.
Thank you. For me, it's about fiscal responsibility. For one of my questions is, why not push this out till after the state and federal budgets have been reported out, and we could see what impact that would have on the school district before we decide to spend, 27 or whatever that number was for this contract. So I guess, why the rush? Why not wait till after June?
We definitely can wait till after June. That just shortens our window to try to, if we're going to get a committee together, try to get this thing passed. The other thing is, I guess the reason why I brought it in May is if the board says yes, I will now be able to build this cost into the budget that I'm presenting June 10th. If not, I'm looking for direction on if I should even budget for this expense.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question is RFQ, RFP, request for a qualification or a request for proposal. Isn't it such that if it's over 25,000 for this feasibility contract that we have to issue an RFP?
So I believe we went through that process. We used the same exact company in 2022, and we asked the community if they would support a bond, and we already established questions through that survey. The results came back that the community was not ready to support a bond, so we figured if we went back with that same firm, we would just dust off those old questions and move forward since we've had a good experience working with them already.
Okay, thank you. And now this is directed at Dr. Woods. Why wasn't the board involved in a possible RFP, RFQ, even though the community might have said we like this in 2020, respectfully? Why wasn't the board involved in, hey, do you guys want to go with another firm and issue an RFP or an RFQ or not? Did you say 2022 or 2020?
2022, and I'm happy to engage in a new RFP if you'd like.
Because we almost have a, oh no, Mr. Schwartz was here, but the rest of us four weren't. We weren't involved in the process at all. So my thought is to maybe have that discussion on the board right now.
We certainly could. I know this was originally designed to come to the board in April, but an RFP and RFQ.
That's just to
days?
select a
Probably
company to
30
do the
days,
survey.
right? That'd be a 30-day process, roughly.
Yeah, we wouldn't probably able to make June 10th, but
Yeah,
maybe the
so we're
second board meeting in June.
June, July. So we're getting into July and August probably.
We can do that though.
That's my request, but.
A couple other questions. In terms of the survey, how many people would this survey go to? Would it go to the entire community of Temecula? Is it just that specific area that we looked at in terms of what was in the paperwork? Who does that survey go to?
So it would not go to the entire community. I'll let Mr. Bauer help.
So the statistician that would undertake this tries to minimize the margin of error. Typically, if a community this size, they're going to try to get about 400 samples. They're going to typically oversample a little bit. They're just going to charge you for the sample size that they've identified there. But 400 typically gets us to the margin of error that you can make a reliable decision on.
I have a list of questions, but I'll just jump to one other because I want to give room for everyone else. Part of the education, I know Mrs. Lash, she mentioned we do want the community to know what's happening, and this was a huge undertaking, I know, to just read and comprehend and try to absorb the information here. So I appreciate that we have people out there that need layman terms, right, as simple as possible. I think part of the education would be helpful for people to understand with Measure Y, how much of the $165 million was explicitly allocated to Temecula Valley Unified School District, what projects were completed, and I did comb through our website, and I know the facilities plan is on there. I know that Measure Y has had committees and oversight and so forth, but there are probably a lot of people who don't understand where we've come from and are looking now at where we possibly need to go. So I think from my viewpoint in looking at the whole package, for me, I would much rather workshop several things over a couple of hours with all my questions. But I think from the get-go, that would be important just to mention so people kind of know what the history's been with why.
Well, and it's actually a perfect timing because on tonight's agenda was a Citizens Oversight Committee report, which is Measure Y and lists all of the projects that Measure Y paid for and the dollar amount on there, which I think the board accepted as part of consent in the last action item. So any community member out there with questions regarding Measure Y, I would encourage them to open up that report and review it.
Just FYI, the governor's budget will be May 19th. That's the next report.
And I have a question as well. This might be directed to you, Mrs. Lash or Dr. Woods. Proposition 39 talks about the legal framework requiring specificity with this sort of contract. And when I looked at it, I don't see specificity. And if that means we have specificity in our master facilities plan, I agree. I mean, I look at the website, you have to have a PhD to fully comprehend what's going on there. I mean, it's a lot. It's ginormous. And my thought echoes Mrs. Wiersma is making it into a workshop, unpacking the facilities so that we put the need before the possible contracting out. And the need would look like this. We talk about Measure Y in detail, and then we report it out and we say, look, going into the future, this is what we're thinking about. And as I talk with Dr. Woods, the governing board, we decide the parameters for what we would even want for this bond, like shade structures, whatever it is. And I think that in Prop 39, it might go contrary to how this was agendized in a contract, unless I'm wrong, because it lacks specificity.
Right, well, Prop 39 specifies the ballot measure. It's what type of bond you go out for. And so Prop 39 says you don't need 2/3 voter approval rate, you only need 55%. But along with that, there is other requirements like an annual audit, like a citizens oversight committee. That it depends on what type of bond you're going to go out for. We won't know that without a survey. If a survey comes back and says you've got 70% community support, let's not go out for a Prop 39 general obligation bond. Let's just go out for the regular 2/3 general obligation bond, which would be different. But if it comes in at like 54%, we want to get it over the line, get it to 57% support, we would use Prop 39, and the specificity comes in the ballot language, what we're going to commit to the community that we're going to do with these dollars. But we need the survey to know how much are we going to ask for. So when we put out this survey, so this contract is just for the survey. This has nothing to do with how much money we're going to go out for and what we would use those funds for. All of that would come after we ask the community if they're even interested in considering it. Then if there is interest, Dr. Komrosky, you're right, the board would make all the decisions on based on where the community is, how much we would ask for, and the survey includes what types of things the community would support. Would they support, usually communities support things like, non-fun things, just roofing, plumbing, HVAC. But if the survey shows that they would support athletic facilities or CTE facilities, that's what information we're hoping to gather to then make the decision on what we would put on the ballot.
Got it. So you're splicing out that this specificity applies to the ballot, but the ballot doesn't happen until the community survey happens. But now let me back up. Before the community survey happens, shouldn't the board already collectively decide the parameters for which we survey the community?
So right. So, and I actually, if you decide to move forward with a survey, I would ask for at least one board member, if not two, to be part of the process where they work with this company to establish those questions. We'll start with pulling the bank of questions we used last time, but we did have, I know for a fact it was Mrs. Hinkson, and it might have been Mrs. Broche that were part of helping develop those questions to make sure that they were well involved in the process as we move forward and literally selecting the questions we were going to ask the community.
Okay, thank you.
So I think that's a good point because
I have a couple of
I'm
questions.
sorry, just a second. I'm going to let
Guys are
Mr. Barham
like-
take a few turns. I'm going to limit it to like 3 questions each, if that's
Yeah.
okay. Okay, Mr. Barham, your turn.
When was the facilities master plan last updated? Or when was it completed?
It was originally completed 3 years ago, and we just updated it, 2 months ago? September? Oh, wow, okay.
So we don't need to do any more work at this point
No, it was
on
just
that?
updated, yep.
Okay. So I think it's really important, and correct me if I'm wrong, that it's not only, if we want our students to be in an optimal environment conducive to teaching and learning, our facilities have to be top-notch. And this is going to impact our community for a decade or decades to come. So are STEM, CTE, and science labs taken into consideration in this master facilities plan?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, I think it's really important because we're developing in that area and we have to keep our facilities updated if we're going to provide our students optimal teaching and learning in these areas. So I would encourage the public, I think it's really important to go. Is the facilities master plan on the website?
It is, and you can go school by school, and they look at building by building and needs assessment.
It's a very comprehensive report, and like you just said, it's school by school and exactly what is going to be done and updated through this bond. So next question. I think it's really clear for you to reiterate again, this is just to take the temperature of the landscape. Are we going to talk about dollar amounts in this survey at all? Like the dollar amount of the bond?
I believe we do ask, when we ask the question of if you would be supportive, would you be supportive of this amount versus this amount? Is that correct? Yes. Okay.
Okay. So would our needs change at all, Mrs. Lash, based on, because if this master plan was done 3 years ago, you have enrollment projections for the next 10 years in this plan. How does it declining enrollment, if it does, impact our decisions right now? Because we're in a different place than we were.
Yeah.
So does that impact how we move forward with this bond?
Typically not. Typically, and I know we've shared this in presentations before, where we prioritize based on who's eligible for state matching dollars, who's next on the list. And I think after Temecula Valley High School, we listed Temecula Middle School, Paba, and Paloma Elementary Schools. They're just next in line based on the age of their facilities. And then when we get there, we always look at what our budget is, and then we determine the site needs. And so that's kind of been our approach. Now, with the bond, if it comes back that there's something, shade structures, for example, was a huge thing that came out of our bond feasibility study 3 years ago. And so we went and added shade structures at every single elementary school in order to accommodate what we've heard from the community through that facility master plan. So again, as we survey the community, we'll want to be responsive to what we're hearing from them. But to your point on the facility master plan, it took us an entire year to put that report together.
Right.
And now we update it fully every other year to make sure that it's up to date. But we are housing less and less students on campuses, especially on the south side of town. But there is constant development that we're going to have to look at to make sure that we're ready to receive those kids for all of the new development that we're having, either French Valley, the other side of the freeway. Those are going to have impacts for sure.
And I'd like either you or the gentleman to comment on the public speaker's comments in terms of waiting until the budget comes or approving this now. So either you or the gentleman.
So the only thing that I can see impacting when the budget is released is our ability to pay for the survey, right? If the survey is $30,000, it will come out of the unrestricted general fund. That is a cost to us regardless of what the results are. And so we can wait until the governor's budget. But other than that, again, this isn't our debt. And we don't pay for facility needs out of the general fund. So the governor's budget is not going to impact facility dollars.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
And I don't want to put you on the spot here. Why is Murrieta's feasibility study being paid out of facilities as opposed to the general fund?
So not the bond feasibility study. I'm talking about the survey that's up for consideration tonight.
Okay.
The survey that's up for consideration.
So it's just the survey.
Just the survey
Okay.
is coming out of the general fund.
Okay, I got you now. Thank you.
Mrs. Wiersma, did you
Yeah.
have one additional question? No?
Can we move on?
Yeah, I think I call the question. So, I move
Second.
to, wait.
I heard you call the question.
Okay. I move to approve the contract with True North Research.
Second.
Lene?
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
I had other questions, and I'm just a no because I feel like we should have had more time individually.
Komrosky?
No.
Barham?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes. All right, the motion was adopted 3-2. The next is the new courses. And who is that? Kimberly?
It is. Actually, it's
Okay.
Mrs. Ricken. If anyone has any questions at all about that, she is available to answer. If not, I believe all information was already given.
I just want to give a shout out to all the hard work behind the scenes, especially the Ethics Studies VAPA. Thank you.
Okay.
You and Joe Ballard, everybody else behind the scenes, because that's what we're talking about. That's one of them, right?
Yeah, and a shout out to the Ethnic Studies for meeting and doing all the work themselves. So Appreciate you guys.
Can we do a mini report out on the ethnic studies because it's not complete, or can I do that in the?
I was going to have you do it in committees. Is that okay?
And the subcommittee report out.
All right, we'll
Yeah.
do it there. All right.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
I move to approve
We're out.
counseling CSCR 502 personal success, the VAPA World Mixed Chorus, and the VAPA World Dancers course for 2025-2026 school year.
Second.
Right,
Joe,
that's
you got me.
Komrowski's. Lene?
Schwartz?
Yes, and I want to thank the experiences that our students have, which is really important that we keep pace and keep expanding the horizons for our kids. Yes.
Thank you.
Wiersma?
Yes, special shout out to Amy Ricken. Thank you so much for your patience, your grace, your time, everything you've dedicated. Yes.
Komrowski?
Yes, and a shout out to the young ladies that are responsible for the VAPA dance and musical choir. Gosh, I want to say Amy. I had the paper in front of me. And what's the other name?
Yes, Amy Thomas.
Amy Thomas. Yes, Latowski. Thank you. Awesome. And Dr. Velez, shout out to you because you were working hard in subcommittee with me and Mrs. Wiersma and the rest of the bunch. But yeah, shout out to all of you.
Was there a ninth grade ELA team too working on it? We want to make sure we get everybody. Thank you.
Barham?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes. The motion is adopted unanimously. I'm going to sound terrible. Let's do our shout outs before the vote. Sorry. But I do like that. I'm glad that you guys are showing appreciation. The next is resolution number 2024-25-28, approving agreement with Helios Ed for Human Resources Database Electronic Time and Attendance System. Do we have any questions? I think we just, perfect. I move to approve resolution number 2024-25-28, authorizing the district to enter a contract with Helios Ed.
Second.
Lenny?
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrowski?
Yes.
Barham?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes. All right, number 4, resolution 2024-25/31 of intentions of the Board of Education of the Temecula Valley Unified School District to establish a community facilities district number 2025-1. Is there any question or comment? No.
Second.
All right, I move to adopt resolution 2024-25-31, stating the intention to establish a community facilities district number 2025-1.
Second.
Lenny?
Schwartz?
Wait a
Yes.
minute.
Oh.
Nobody wanted discussion on this?
Yeah, if you want to, nobody. Do you want, we can go back.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay, then we're just going to suspend the.
Post-motion discussion, you don't even have to suspend it.
Okay.
It can be a post-motion or whatever.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So from the top, I want to be clear, I'm not necessarily for or against the agreement. I just want to be sure that we've got transparency and fairness for people, the costs for how new school facilities are being handled. I have a variety of questions that I think people should understand. Is it that in passing the first one, we're married to this with the resolution? I guess I want somebody to connect the dots with how this works, because I understand we're going to do this survey, but I want somebody to explain to me then the connection with this particular decision.
Go ahead.
Because I don't feel like there was enough clarity.
So this
me to
has,
vote.
so we just got done
Nothing to do
about
with
talking about a general obligation bond. That has nothing to do with this. This is new development that's happening over kind of across the street from Summers Bend.
By my house.
When you're on Butterfield Stage before it turns into Marietta Hot Springs, there's development of houses going in. Whenever developers develop within the district's boundaries, we charge developer fees. So does the city, so does utility companies. So those developer fees are paid for by the developer. What this action item is doing is allowing us to form a community facility district, which is a CFD, which then the developer won't pay the cost of those developer fees. They will pass those fees on to the homeowner. If you do not form a CFD, The developer pays the cost, and then to recoup the cost, they will increase the price of the house. Then when the homeowner buys it, it will be higher property taxes and higher interest paid on their mortgage. So what forming CFDs does is it keeps the cost of the house lower by not embedding these prices into the cost of the house. It passes it off onto the taxpayer, and you only pay it when you own the home. So that is the first action item, which is us forming a CFD. The second action item is saying, now that this CFD is formed and we have a commitment that the homeowners are going to pay these property taxes, can we, instead of waiting for each homeowner to pay their property bill, can we go out and issue a bond for $5 million so we get the money up front? Then we can have a nice big impact on our facility projects. And then as the treasurer tax collector collects those taxes, they'll pay off the bond debt over time. And so this is just authorizing us. The first item is to form the CFD. The second item is to issue bonds on that CFD. When we actually sell bonds, that will come back to the board for action.
Okay, so question, why must future homeowners rather than the developer bear the long-term cost of school facility mitigation?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Before she answers, I just wanted to give an example so that people understand better. When I moved to Temecula over 10 years ago, we were looking at two neighborhoods that we could have lived in. One is Wolf Creek and the other is Crown Hill. And we noticed that Crown Hill homes were more than Wolf Creek homes. So we looked at the price of the house, square footage, yard, everything. The Crown Hill were more and the Wolf Creek were less because Wolf Creek had what they call Melrose. And this is also referred to as Melrose, right? So Melrose taxes are when there's a new development. Almost all new developments, we have these Melrose. And I always check, like, what's the Melrose? Does it have Melrose? So older neighborhoods, they did not have Melrose taxes, but almost all new neighborhoods that are built now in California will have Melrose taxes. And that will affect the price of the home, just like we had to decide, do we want to pay less and live in Wolf Creek with a higher tax bill, or do we want to pay more and live in Crown Hill that never had the Melrose or had them paid off already? So we paid more for the house overall. And what she's explaining is we chose Wolf Creek because we knew that each year we were also going to pay property taxes based on the price of the home. So if we would have chosen the more expensive home, we wouldn't have had Melrose, but we would have had to pay higher taxes anyway because the home cost more versus the cheaper home does have Melrose. So that's what this is. This is Melrose tax, and I think most neighborhoods in California now, because we have such a low property tax rate, California has made up for that with Melrose. If you go to Texas, they don't have, I noticed Texas didn't have Melrose.
So thank you for explaining. I do understand that. How was the $5 million bond amount determined? And is it justified by actual projected needs? How did we land exactly there?
Well, if you imagine that if they're building 34 homes and they quantify how much each homeowner will pay, it is how much we can afford based on that tax collection on how much debt we can issue based on the principal and interest payments.
So I just want to be sure it is this one specific area of homes. It's not the entirety of Temecula because I know we had questions about that. I'm assuming home buyers will clearly and effectively be notified, as you mentioned, because there's different neighborhoods that have Melrose, some that do not. I heard from people who moved out of San Diego years ago because the Melrose became so burdensome. I understand this is the logistics of how neighborhoods are built and how we can get different projects accomplished. What oversight and reporting will ensure that funds are used as promised? Because I talked to several developers over the weekend, and of course this is a whole area of information I'm learning, so I'm sorry if I'm being repetitive in questions. I just want to be so clear for the taxpayer because we know the cost of homes has gone up, we understand taxes are a big deal. I feel like we just need to continue to ask some of these questions so people understand. Measure Y had an oversight committee that met a couple times a year, right? To kind of oversee.
COC.
Okay. So for this, do you see that rolling out the same way so that people will consistently be looking at those monies and be evaluating things accordingly for the public? What would that look like?
So we give the facility update multiple times a year to say, here's all the projects that we're looking at or working on, here's how they're being funded. And so we just gave a presentation to the board in January, and we talked about how much money is left. We have many, many CFDs for lots of developments throughout the district, and we pool all of those funds together and put them towards a single project. And so, and we use the developer fees that aren't through CFDs. Like if you just build a single building, you're not gonna form a CFD. You just pay the per square foot developer fee amount. We pull all those developer fees together. Sometimes we call them school impact fees, so that we can have a large impact on modernization. So those come to the board, not only in updates on facilities, but also in the facility presentations for the community at board meetings.
And we also get reimbursed for some of that too.
So, and
right?
that's what we use. So anytime we qualify for state matching, which is the state will send 60% matching dollars to our 40% for all eligible facilities that are eligible for modernization. We have to front the money, and then literally years later, they will send us that 60% reimbursement. These are the fees we need. This is the money we use to front the cost for the projects and then submit for reimbursement.
Can homeowners have an early payoff without penalty, or are they married to the 30 years? Because there's not a write-off for
Just
like property taxes. Sorry, this is why for me, I'd want a workshop, because I just think I want to understand it. I want the community to understand it. And I had all the questions. So I'm sorry to give you so many, but that's where I'm coming from.
Let me just talk to the board. This has been presented before, and I've encouraged the board to do all their research ahead of time. And the cabinet can tell you, I don't talk a lot because I reach out, and I asked about a lot of things that I felt like the public probably didn't care about. But I think like educating ourselves about Melrose beforehand would be beneficial. And I also don't feel like it's the job of the school board to educate the public about Melrose taxes. So I feel as if
Why not,
we
though?
have-
They're paying into supporting the district.
I
I'm not
think we
for or
have
against,
a pretty
I'm just
good,
trying to get
okay.
clarification.
Let me see if anyone else has questions. Mr. Barham, did you have a
Here's
question?
what I did with
Yeah.
CDFs and developer fees. I went and talked to Mrs. Lash. She spent 45 minutes with me, an hour, just on this topic, to where I was able to understand it. So if your constituents have questions on these matters, I would encourage you to go talk with her and ask her questions in private like I did, because it's a more beneficial education to do it one-on-one. And then if your constituents have questions like mine did, I'm able to answer these questions.
Was that before Friday? Did you know? I didn't know the extent before Friday what was on here, so I couldn't.
This was, I think, the first week because it came up in January.
Right.
So I went in and I didn't know anything about this stuff, and she educated me. She spent a whole hour with me on this one topic.
Yeah, and I think developers have different perspectives, so it's good to get it all.
Thank you.
Dr. Komrosky, you had a question?
Yeah, mine's a little bit more simple for layman understanding. So let's say some new property owner moves into this area. Can you give us a medium house price possibly and an example of what a Melrose fee monthly might look like?
I don't know that I know the average price of the home. I have 132 units ranging from 1,800 square feet to 4,600 square feet. I imagine it will depend on the market at the time of sale.
I know the average because it's
Is it like a couple hundred or a few hundred, Emil? Or like what?
It's about 700,000. I mean, that's
Per homeowner, I'm saying per month,
Oh.
like the Melrose fee.
Sorry.
Adam Bauer
I
actually
don't know
stuck
that.
around. I'm going to ask him if he knows the answer to that.
Sweet.
Thank you.
Good evening. The smallest unit is expected to be 1,833 square feet, and the estimated sales price for that is $799,830. The largest unit in the project is 4,643 square feet, And the expected base home price for that, these are with no upgrades, just as base home prices, is $1,784,790.
Can I ask, is the Melrose tax, is that a percentage or a set?
Melrose cannot be a percentage. It can be calculated any other way. The special taxes projected for the initial year are projected between $1,250 and $2,880 for the first year goes up by 2% per year. 35 years.
Okay.
Okay, so the range is fairly 1,250 to 2,500, and that could be monthly or impounded like property taxes, I'm guessing. And then the range is from 1,500 square foot to 4,000 square foot, 1,800 square foot, thank you, Mr. Schwartz, about 800,000 to 1.7 million. So I got that right? The range of Melrose applied to that?
Yes, sir.
And can I just add, when you buy and sell a home, all of these taxes have to be disclosed to the buyer, so they'll be aware before they buy the home. And it's also disclosed on everyone's annual property tax statement. And if you were curious, you could just go to the county recorder's office, type in the address, and that'll tell you what the taxes are on each home.
And then why is that not specifically a property write-off? It's different because it's on top of all the other taxes. So is that something you can explain?
I'm going to call point of order on that because I don't think that's related to school board matters. Okay, and
Call the question.
do I have a second for the question? Call the question?
Second.
Okay. So I move again to adopt resolution 2024-2531, stating the intent to establish a community facilities district number 2025-1. Do I have a second?
Second.
Lene?
Schwartz,
Yes.
Wiersma,
No.
Komrosky,
No.
Barham,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes. The resolution passes 3-2. Okay, are you ready? So now this is resolution number 2024-25/32 of the intention of the Board of Education of Temecula Valley Unified School District to incur bonded indebtedness. Now, you just explained this, but did you want to add anything?
We have a
Okay.
public
Well,
speaker
we
on
do have a
this.
public speaker. All right.
David.
What?
Okay, so this is not on the bond, this is the Melrose.
Yes.
Okay.
So essentially, hi, David Sola. Essentially, what I'm gathering here is that, I know that you all are visiting the schools and you're seeing the condition that some of our sites are in, and I know that Mrs. Lash gives a phenomenal presentation. If you haven't seen that slide deck, it is very thorough and it explains a lot about where we are and where we need to go. But what I wonder is, are you actually going to these schools and seeing these portables in the condition that some of these things are in? Because if you have, you'll know, my daughter's English class is in one of these, so I know. They need to be upgraded. And it's not just those facilities. We're talking about the future for our kids. So we're also talking about upgrading CTE, to Mr. Barham's point, and the facilities so that we can give them another option besides going to like a place like USC, right? And what we're saying now is we need more money to do that. And that's not like, a rocket science or something. It just makes sense. If we're going to upgrade and we're going to keep up with the future for our kids, we need to put money into it. Well, I don't have $5 million to put into it, right? So this is for a new development. These are people that don't live here yet. So if we're going to attract people to Temecula, we have to make some concessions. One is we got to be a little bit more affordable, and in order to do that, we do things like this to reduce that price down just enough so that it's a little bit more enticing. But besides that, even if we got the money, let's say we did have the bonds and we did get the people to come here, why would somebody want to come here when all we do is divide? That's what we do all the time, every meeting, even the last meeting. There was a lot of effort that went in to bringing a specific demographic into this room to be...
I'm going to call point of order because it's not related to the resolution number.
So causing division in the community is not how we get bonds?
No,
Okay.
We're talking about the 5 million within proposed community facilities.
Okay, I'll come back to it then, okay?
Okay.
So here's the deal. We need to have people to come here to buy houses. We need to have this money come in somehow. And what we cannot do is turn people away. We tell them, leave the cities, come to Temecula, it's great here. And then all we do is fight with each other. So what we have to try to do is smooth that stuff over a little bit. We've got to come up with this money somehow, and I appreciate being fiscally conservative and making sure that we're spending that money correctly. But there's not a single dime that I've seen Mrs. Lash spend that I've been like, you know what, maybe she shouldn't have done that. So I would encourage you all to really reconsider this. You don't have to agree with me, but you have to agree that the state of these facilities needs to be addressed now and in the future. And in order for us to do that, we need some money. And this is how we get it, because California is not going to do it for us. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just want to clarify one more thing, and if either of you could tell me if I'm incorrect. So my perspective may be wrong, but my perspective is if I buy a home, I'm with or without Melrose. If I buy a home without Melrose, it tends to cost more. So I'm paying a higher property tax on that. If I buy a home without Melrose, it tends to cost less, but then I pay the Melrose tax. So either way, there is going to be a homeowner's tax incurred by the buyer. It's just a matter of, is it going to be based on the value of the property alone, or is it going to be a lower property plus the Melrose? Is my vision of that correct?
That is correct. And let's just say it's $30,000. So if we ask the developer to pay the $30,000, they're going to tack that on to the price of the home. Now your taxes are based on your assessed value, which is $30,000 higher. If you have a mortgage that you pay interest on, that interest is on $30,000 more dollars. So that's what we're saying a CFD does is you take the $30,000, you pass it off onto the homeowner over a 30-year period of time, let's say, and then you only pay it each year when you live in the home, not when you buy the house, and it's always embedded in the price of the home. The other thing is the $5 million, so you pay that no matter what, and you're correct in your previous statement, it's on your property taxes, but whether we issue bonds or not, that amount is set. And so you as the homeowner are going to pay that. We're asking, can we issue bonds that will later be paid off by these property taxes over time? That's the second item here. It has no impact on what the taxpayers pay.
Okay.
Call the question.
I think we need to have a little bit more conversation since this is the next item. I want to make it clear to the community, I'm not against this process. I'm for having additional conversation. So for me, it was just important to go through additional aspects. Will the special tax be reduced? Will excess funds be refunded or used for other purposes? We know home prices go up and go down. I understand communities are built this way, but the ROI, the return on investment, is there an escalator? There's lots of things that I gathered in my weekend of research that I would have appreciated asking further questions here. So that's why I'm standing where I'm at. I think it's more complicated than we're presenting. I know Mrs. Lash does an excellent job, but there are other perspectives out there in terms of the developers and them understanding where people could be at. And homeownership has only risen here in Temecula. It's so expensive, and that plays into all of this as well. So I just wanted to make sure we were doing our homework, asking the right questions, and then moving forward. And I guess I also wonder, which Joseph brought up, June, as far as the federal budget and what's going on statewide, does that make any difference in the decision tonight? Do we have to make the decision this evening? I feel like we've got a little extra time to do so.
Let's call the question.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, I move to adopt resolution 2024-25/32 stating intent to incur bonded indebtedness for CFD number 2025-1. Do I have a second?
Second.
Lene?
Schwartz,
Yes.
Wiersma,
No.
Komrosky,
No.
Barham,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Okay, number 6.
All right, the motion was adopted 3-2. The next is the student teacher calendar.
If I can direct it at Mr. Arce. Is this approved by the teacher collaboration? From my own experience, let's say at my college, we do this every year. And there's debate depending on what holidays, what kind of.
Yeah.
And I want to know how that went down behind the scenes as far as collective input into this.
Sure. So we always try to bargain student-teacher calendars ahead of the current year so that people plan not only vacation times and all that, start of the year, end of the year, but periodically throughout the year, there are edits that we make, modifications, such as when we get, one thing that comes to mind is our yearly college kickoff day, for example. It's a county and statewide initiative. And so we'll do a modification, but we always have to bring it to the negotiations table, so it's subject to bargaining. If there are, this is kind of one of the iterations that we're bringing forward. If there are any changes or any updates, I'll bring that back to a board meeting, but this is one of those typical topics that we just bring ahead for planning purposes for both parents and employees.
All right. I move to approve the proposed 2026-27 calendar. Do I have a second?
Second.
Lene?
Schwartz,
Yes.
Wiersma,
Yes.
Komrosky,
Yes.
Barham,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes. All right. Mr. Arce, declaration for a need for fully qualified educators.
Yeah, just in short, this is something that we submit to both the CTC and RCOE, and we talk about needs that Ed Code allows as it pertains to limited assignment permits, for example. And so we give a very rough estimate of what we need in different subject areas, including CLAD certification. Those are not necessarily the numbers of people that we have on those limited assignment permits at this time, because we create quite a large cushion within those numbers to make sure that we stay within that. And that's something that we submit on a yearly basis right around this time to our COE.
Okay. Any questions? All right. Then I move to approve the declaration of need for fully qualified educators for 2025-26 school year. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. We'll take Wiersma on that. Lene?
Schwartz,
Yes.
Wiersma,
Yes.
Komrosky,
Yes.
Barham,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes, the motion is adopted unanimously. Next is administrative job descriptions, business support services. Mr. Arce?
Yeah. This item is actually for a reorganization that calls for the creation of an executive director in fiscal services for the business support services department. After being unsuccessful in finding a qualified candidate for the director vacancy, we think this cost savings approach will help us present to the board a qualified candidate. This involves shifting the current director of purchasing and warehouse into this position, changing that position to an assistant director position, and taking the position of coordinator of maintenance and operations to assistant director. And again, ultimately, all that leads to cost savings. So this helps address the vacancy. It also appropriately accounts for the level of responsibility and workload in the other two positions. So my recommendation is approval of this reorganization.
All right. Any questions? Okay, I move to approve the administrative job descriptions of Executive Director of Business Support Services, Assistant Director of Purchasing and Warehouse, and Assistant Director of Maintenance and Grounds. Do I have a second?
Second.
Lene?
Schwartz,
Yes.
Wiersma,
Yes.
Komrosky,
Yes.
Barham,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes, the motion is adopted unanimously. The next one was the community member notified that this was pulled, number 9. Okay. And then number 10, board debate timer. You were almost pulled from the agenda. So
But we saved you.
you survived. So 3 minutes, please.
Sure. I built something for you guys for free. It's just donation to the district. It's a simple timer that each of you controls your own timer. So Lene would just be able to click how many minutes each of you get. An example just now, Dr. Komorowski, you had asked Mr. Arce a question. And if you turned off your microphone, which was exactly what you need to do, that would have not accounted, his speaking would not account against your time. So this is something that's meant to be equitable, that there's no kind of bias or supporting for you control your own timer. The point of it is to help people to be a little more concise with the words, which needs clarity of thought. William Shakespeare said, brevity is the soul of wit. So that's all this is. It's a visual indicator. It does not turn off microphones. It does not impact anything that you guys would, it's not going to cut you off. There is a tone that can be muted. And then Lene can just simply go from this screen to another tab that would just stay open in the background. And then when you don't need it or it's not a discussion period, it would just be there in the background, just running for the overall time for the whole evening, how much it's been activated. I could use a little bit of feedback. Would you guys like to have your names or your area numbers under each timer? And then what color scheme do you guys like? I'm a dark theme kind of person. I've always liked a black background, but blue is also quite pleasant. So this is meant to be whatever you guys need as a tool. I'm happy to do what I can to upgrade it or to make it more useful to you guys. So please, any questions, I'm here to answer them.
So is this more of a help for Lene? Is that primarily
Yes.
what you're seeing?
Yes.
Okay. Lene, too bad we can't have you talk.
Yeah.
And so on the screen, is it that people are going to watch who's got what amount of time? I don't know. I'm
Sure.
I appreciate the work that you've done, but I
Yeah.
want to make sure I understand it.
It's very simple. You know when you are downloading something that has a little progress bar that's empty at 0%, and then it fills up to at 100%? That's all it's going to be. It's going to be a vertical one. Each one you get your own. At 50%, it goes yellow. At 100%, it goes red. So it will be very clear when you've exceeded your time that your bar will be lit red. The other nice part about it is when you're interrupted, the person who interrupted you, their outline that they're speaking, it will actually indicate orange that they're interrupting. Because that's one thing Mike has been like, right now Mr. Barham has his microphone on. He doesn't need to be interrupting you, but part of that unintentional talking, we end up talking over one another. And that's part of the kind of the civility issue, kind of the problem. And Ms. Wiersma, people talk over you more than anybody, just as an observer. So this is as much just to be equitable for everyone. And mostly to help Lene because she doesn't know when to start a given timer and when to stop it because of when somebody else interrupts somebody else. So it's meant to help all of you. Cool.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? I propose we just give it a trial run and see what happens, and then maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. We could tweak it.
Yes, yes. May 27th is a workshop, and I think the proposal for this is to do it on May 27th, kind of low stakes kind of moment.
So my comment earlier on that is I feel like a workshop should be much more of a free flow. I'm a little frustrated that we're micromanaging ourselves this much. Again, I want to point to the Temecula City Council. They have natural conversations, and I hear your concerns because we've had issues and angst, but I hate the micromanagement idea in one sense, and then I also was cut off and really didn't get to have a substantial conversation for the last agenda item, so maybe you could make that a different color. You know, I don't know. I'd like to hear from a couple of other board members on this.
I would echo the sentiment. But I do thank you, Mr. Sherling, when I don't vote this in, for you to not take it personally, even though it might get voted in by the majority of the board. But I appreciate your innovation behind this, seriously. Now, I would suggest that you make something like this for our voting. Then we're talking. That's just me. Thank you.
I've actually considered that. The issue with that, Dr. Komorowski, is you'd have to be auditable to where if somebody mispressed on a keypad, for instance, how would you prove after the fact. And so you'd have to have a very sophisticated, way beyond my scope. And frankly, the analog system you have here accomplishes that because you could rewind a video and see how your oral vote was cast. So that I have absolutely considered it, and if there's anything that I can modify the system to be better, to make yours a yes, I am willing to try.
One moment.
You have a question?
Yeah, just quickly. I originally was going to vote no, but based on the amount of work that you've put into this, I think we should at least try it out and see how it goes. And then we could always say, take it away, Josh.
Absolutely.
I
I'll get
agree.
it.
I agree with Mr. Schwartz.
And that's,
It's not going to hurt us to give this a try.
And that's why I asked the whole board, like, we have a community member that's put in his own time and money to try and help the board. I'm just open to trying this idea. So let's go ahead and call the question. I move to approve and test the timer at the upcoming May 27th workshop. Do I have a second?
Second.
Lene?
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
No.
Komrosky?
No.
Barham?
Yes, thank you, Josh.
Anderson?
Yes.
See all of you the 27th.
Mila, you just we have three more items. Can we finish those? Okay.
We have a public speaker
And we have a public speaker.
for the
No,
next
you can
item,
finish.
Josh Sherling.
This is the digital link to the U.S. Constitution and Declaration of Independence.
I just wanted to offer my support for bringing the Constitution closer to the kids of our community. I have a junior at CHAP who will be voting in the next election. I have a freshman that will be voting at the next presidential election. The Constitution, they need to understand concepts like habeas corpus, because right now that's being called into question, that the government doesn't have to prove that you are guilty or have a probable cause. That's being suggested to be suspended right now. The Fifth Amendment of due process, that you can't take away life, liberty without being convicted first, that we are innocent until proven guilty, that's under attack. The 14th Amendment is under attack. Even our First Amendment, the first sentence of the First Amendment, before freedom of speech, before freedom of the press, before the right to bear arms, is a freedom that the Congress will not enact any religion or prevent the worshiping of any
Free
religion.
practice of.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The 14th Amendment extended that authority into the state and local government, even as low as this governing body. I think it's important that the people who are voting for the next election are able to know, what does the separation of church and state supposed to look like? What does due process look like? And that whole Pledge of Allegiance thing and having a flag in every classroom, it's kind of problematic, the last sentence of it, that we have liberty and justice for all. Because the for all thing kind of means that includes illegal immigrants have justice and liberty. That includes LGBTQ people. That includes homeless people, poor people, people of color. I think bringing the Constitution closer to our students by any reasonably financially responsible way is critically important for our children to be grown into adults that can make good voting decisions. So thank you for Mr. Schwartz for the resolution.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, for me, this is really important. And you mentioned the pledge. I think we ought to change the pledge allegiance to the Constitution and the flag, but that goes for a whole other time. But I thought it's really important, especially starting in 5th grade when our students are starting to study American history, that they have those documents at hand, that they be able to read them, that they have access to them, and as you said, that they understand all the rights and liberties that they have as Americans. And it's not just for citizens, it's for everybody. And the Constitution was written for everyone. People forget why the 14th Amendment was passed. It was passed to give slaves the right of citizenship when they didn't have it before. So for me, this is an ease. It's not going to cost anything. Our IT department will find the links so that every student has it on their computer, and I think it's really important for every one of our students from 5th grade through 12th grade to know their rights and the history of the Constitution and the Declaration.
Thank you. Before we go on, did you have a comment?
I think we all do.
Okay, 2 minutes for each person.
I'm really happy that you put this on. And I think a lot of people in our community have concerns about our students being civic-minded, not only in the community, but across the country. And, you know, there's some policies that I want to look at as they pertain to middle school, not at this meeting, but probably at the June meeting. But where I came from, in the 8th grade, you had to pass a Constitution test. And you also had to have some knowledge as to why the Declaration of Independence was written. And at that time, and this was in the 90s, an 8th grader was not promoted unless they passed the Constitution test. And what was interesting, and every year, every student passed and was promoted, but it caused the students to pay attention more because they knew that they had to pass the test. And the test was given 4 times a year. And in the 8th grade, when we were done with the Declaration of Independence and studying the Constitution, we gave the test immediately, and most of the kids passed right away. But they had to know what were the grievances outlined in the Declaration of Independence as it addressed George III. They had to know something about the first, the second, search and seizures, which I think is maybe the 4th, I can't remember. But the important amendments, they had to know something about it. And it wasn't multiple choice. They had to write about it. And like I said, all the kids passed, and I think that this is something that I want to talk about when I bring up what's going on with the 8th grade promotion, the policies that, with regard to that next time.
I would say coming back, or when I was in Congress, we attended a Senate meeting and House of Representatives meeting, and I was learning about the patriotism of the construction of our Constitution while I was there. But on the way back, I read the whole Constitution, and I've done this a few times, but it had a lot more clarity this time because of my involvement as a board member and our responsibility with the legislative, power that we have to create policy, power of the purse. We're doing this every board meeting. So I really appreciated that. And then the judicial power that we have. So I'd say this is patriotic. Mr. Schwartz, I totally agree. What I'd say is to add something, unless it's just redundant, and it doesn't need to be, is the appropriate language in case we have a secondary language. Because I remember at TMS, 5th through 8th grade, there are some people coming outside of this country. They don't know how to speak English yet. And if we're going to submit this for 5th graders, the appropriate language for them until they learn English and pass and get that certificate. Whatever that, I forget, what was that called, Dr. Woods? Hey, putting you on the spot.
You're talking about having a translator?
Yeah, when you get a certificate, you've successfully learned English.
Oh, reclassified.
Yeah, reclassified, that's it. Yeah, so I would say it in the appropriate language, unless that's a redundancy and we already have that. I'm for this and I'll be voting that in, but I'd like to add that language. Appropriate language until they're proficient in English.
I would like to thank Mr. Schwartz for putting this on. Well done. I looked at this, and like Dr. Komrosky said, coming out of Washington, D.C., it really hits you when you look at documents, so many of which are in cursive, might I add. I'm a big cursive proponent, and our students should be able to read them and understand them. So I think this is fantastic. I think there are tests like the I think it's the Nation's Report Card with civics tests. So Mr. Barham, I totally concur. I would love to see where our 8th grade students are at. And if we don't have something for civics, how can we strengthen that? I think that would be a fantastic add. Mr. Schwartz, I would even love, if we don't already have this, to pen a resolution surrounding Constitution Day. I know that it's listed as something that we recognize as a district. I reached out to Mr. Evans to ask, do we have anything of this sort? And I think different schools do different things, but why don't we unite? Why don't we unite and do that together? Create a resolution. It's on there. I believe it is. Yeah.
Well, if we didn't, let's get on it.
Okay, perfect. So let's get on that. And I think, Josh, you mentioned a little bit about Thomas Jefferson, religion. I want our students to understand, in studying the Founding Fathers, it was freedom of religion, not necessarily freedom from religion. Look at Jefferson's letters to Danbury. It's so interesting to see what they believed and to have those important discussions. So if we can encourage that as a board, hey, Mr. Sola, you have got total united front here, because I think that we do need to move forward with doing what we can to strengthen civics knowledge throughout the district.
Dr. Anson, while you're in the bathroom, oh, sorry.
Is there any more comment?
When we were in the bathroom, we pretty much had a consensus to add on in the appropriate language in case their English is a second language and they're learning 5th through 8th grade until they get that dual reclassification certificate.
Okay.
So that was to be added when this gets voted in.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Do we
And-
have
and
any?
I just want to reiterate one more time. The community wants this. They want our students to have an understanding of the Constitution and the Declaration. And I think we really need to consider giving this Constitution test. I think it's really
Agreed.
important. I think it's very important.
On that note, I'll call the question. Do I have a
Second.
Okay, I move that the district provide an electronic link to the United States Constitution and Declaration of Independence on every TVUSD grade-appropriate student device to support civic education and promote awareness of fundamental democratic principles. Do I have a second?
Sorry to interrupt. Can you add that language? It was an amendment. It was-
With the included
amended motion.
amendment, you have that written down, Lenny?
Language, that's correct.
Okay,
Second.
Lenny.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes.
Barham?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes, the motion passes unanimously. December annual organization board meeting, Mr. Schwartz?
Yes, if you recall, last year when the organizational meeting was held, I was not available. And it had to do with the fact that the previous meeting had been canceled. So I'm going to ask that we move the organizational meeting, just the organizational meeting, in order to accommodate I'm not going to be here, to December 2nd, and in order to enable Mrs. Lash enough time to prepare the interim budget report, which I asked her if she could have it done by the 2nd, and she said she couldn't. So only the organizational meeting on the 2nd, and then I will attend the 9th meeting on WhatsApp or Zoom or any other way that's available. Thank you.
Does anyone oppose accommodating Mr. Schwartz in December?
And is that, Mr. Schwartz, is that where we're voting in president, secretary?
Yes.
All that on this
Mhm.
summer?
Yeah.
I have no problem. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I move.
Thank you to everybody. Appreciate it.
Lenny?
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes.
Barham?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes, the motion passes unanimously. And the last action item is the approval of the final resolution, number 2024-25-33, regarding elimination, discontinuation, reduction, and layoff of certain classified non-management employees for the 2025-26 school year. Does anyone have any questions? Mr. Arce, is this yours? This is yours. Okay. No questions? All right, I move to adopt resolution number 2024-25-33, final resolution regarding elimination, discontinuation, reduction, and layoff of certain classified non-management employees for the 2025-26 school year.
Second.
Lenny?
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes.
Barham?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes, okay. The motion passes unanimously. We're now headed into information and reports, and this is a big one tonight. Would you
Let's take a break.
like a 5-minute?
Scheduling 5 minutes for now.
Okay, 5-minute recess,
off my
and then
timer.
we'll go into information and reports. All right. If everyone wants to get seated. Let me open. Okay, so 3 and then 2, right? Wait, did we change it? We didn't. No. Okay, so we're going to move into information and reports. And before we start with public comments, I'm just going to address item number 1, parental rights and notification. We have quite an extensive, can you click on that? So it should, there we go. We're going to keep this up. We have a lot of information on parental rights and notification. So what we've decided is, was it 2 minutes that I emailed? We're going to do 3 minutes to present, and similar topics will be fully presented before we go into discussion. So there were 2 different ideas for change of record. We'll do column A first, and then change of record. So we'll do Wiersma Komorowski first, then Anderson Barham before we enter into discussion. Can you put the, yeah. Yeah, so it'll be 3 minutes to present and then 2 minutes each. And per subject. So we have A only has 1 item, and that's the electronic notification that the committee's been working with the district on. And then B, there's 2 different ideas on change of record. So I think everyone should just put their ideas out there before we start discussing them. And then we'll do 2 minutes twice, like normal debate. And that will include question and answer. Robert's rules normally says that the question answer part is part of your time. So I think with the amount of information we have, that it'll be including questions and answers. So, yes. So let's go ahead and get started with the 1 public comment.
David Sola.
Dr. Komorowski, you and I have something in common, right? Right hand up. I, David Sola, do solemnly swear to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, and I will obey the orders of the President of the United States and officers appointed over me. So help me God. Right? Something like that. Similar. We've done that. So when we did that, I didn't think that I would have to come up here and talk about how my children are American. That means that the Constitution is something that should protect them. And I think about how much time and sacrifices that we made to make sure that we're supporting the Constitution, and that we understand that whenever we try to put restrictions on that, even if it comes from a good place, it takes a lot of discussion to get to that point. So I don't want this to be taken lightly. One of the items on here specifically discusses requiring parental permission in order to exercise a student's First Amendment rights to protest. That sounds a little bit strange, but I don't want to call it crazy, and here's why. I do think it comes from a good place. I think it comes from a place where we need to make sure that our students are in class. Honestly, in this district, they only get paid we only get paid money from the state when they're in their seats, not when they're out doing other things. But whenever my daughter misses even so much as 10 minutes of any of her classes in high school, I get a fancy message. It tells me that she's not there. Does that satisfy parental notification? I feel like it does, as long as I'm an engaged parent and I care. But telling them that someone else should control their right to protest is absolutely a mistake. It's a mistake. My parents didn't serve, so if I decided to protest as a teenager, which I did, I feel like that's what gave me the courage to go defend that Constitution, what allowed me to support and defend my country going forward. So I think this is a mistake. I realize that I've got only 30 seconds left here, so I'm going to try to wrap it up with something else. There's a lot of ideas here in the mixed-use spaces, and I'm trying to understand how do we reconcile this idea that we don't want teachers or administration to be involved or to discuss gender identity with our kids, but then we're putting restrictions on them to identify. So what are we going to do? Are we going to have a list? We're going to have checks? We're going to have numbers that they wear? How are we going to identify that? These are things that you all need to think about. Thank you.
Time. Is there any more public comment? Just one. Okay, let's go ahead and start. Can you click on A, notification example, and then, yeah, you've got the timer up. All right, go ahead and start the time. Oh, you ready? So the committee has been working on ways to notify parents and inform them of their rights. The Parental Rights Committee. And we've talked to the district, and we've come up with a few things. One is on the homepage of the website, we could put a box. Lene, can you just put the arrow there? That says parental rights and notification. This will be an area that staff and parents can access if they have questions about what the parental rights are. I know I've talked to parents who've been given incorrect information on what their rights are, and this would be a good reference with all the board policies so they could easily access that board policy. The next idea is during the annual student update and every time a parent registers that we have parental rights and notification, and we'll have a section that has all the parental rights and all of the notifications that parents need to review, and then initial at the bottom that they've reviewed it as part of the registration process so that they're aware of their parental rights and notifications. And this is so that we can make the process less cumbersome for the staff. And then the last thing, I'm going to try to read this really quick. I might go over 15 seconds. Let's see. I want everyone to be aware that California has some of the most limited parental right protections in the country, while federal law like FERPA gives parents access to their child's education records. California law goes further, placing strict limitations on what schools can share with parents, especially when it comes to sensitive topics like mental health, gender identity, and reproductive care. Here are some examples. Ed Code 49602 prevents school counselors from sharing what is discussed with a student. Family Code 6924 allows students 12 and older to access mental health treatment without their parents. Assembly Bill 1266 and Board Policy 5145 requires schools to let students access facilities and programs based on their gender identity without parental input. AB 1184 prevents insurance companies from sharing details about sensitive services with parents, even if a child is on their plan. And then Board Policy 5142 covers suicide prevention, but does not currently require counselors to notify parents within a specific time frame when their student is in distress. Even when a school board wants to be, I just want 30 more seconds after I'm almost done. Even when a school board wants to be more transparent or involve parents sooner, we are legally limited in what we can do. Local school boards cannot override these laws. Any district that claims to have a workaround or a special parental rights policy that goes beyond state law is either misinformed or they are not being fully transparent. That said, I want parents to know this. We will do everything legally possible to keep you informed and involved in your child's education and well-being. We believe you deserve to be a partner in your child's life, but if we truly want broader parental rights in California, that change must come from the state level. Thank you. Any discussion on the idea of putting the parental rights up or the electronic sign-in?
So with,
you go ahead.
Okay, with the notification here, is there an email that's generated? Is it them going into the portal and seeing that's where the notification is located? Is it, what's the process look like in your mind?
This will only be, like, Mr. Schwartz will be presenting his list that he's so far compiled, and the TVEA has also been working on lists. What we want is we have so much board policy that has a lot of different areas where you can find parental rights and notification. I want that in one spot where parents can access it so they don't have to learn how to use our policy manual or use Simbly and look it up. I want them to be able to just click on the homepage and see what their parental rights and the notifications are, meaning like we will notify you if XYZ happens or you have a right to request XYZ. And so it will always be on the homepage, but also they will have to briefly review it or look at it in detail and then initial it when they register their student and at the annual update. So far, this is not any email notifications. This is only parental rights.
This is a convenience mechanism for the public, and all the parental rights that we as a local school, that we have in all of our board policies, all of our administrative regulations, and our future notifications that we might agree upon that are within the purview of the law will all be in one place. And every year when a parent registers their student, they don't have to be in agreement with the parental rights or the notifications, but they have to acknowledge before they can move on in the process that they've received them and that they've read them. And but again, it's a mechanism for convenience so that the public can be aware of their rights and notifications.
Yeah, my point in doing this was questions, always getting questions from when I visit a school or I see someone in Costco or Albertsons. What do you know about XYZ? And so I combed through the board policies, the ARs and ed codes, and tried to list everything that was related to what a parent's rights are. And wanting to put that in one place so that if a parent has a question, they can go to it. Do I have a right to tell the librarian what I want my child to read? Yes, you do. Is there a dress code? Yes, there is. Do I have a right to see my child's records? Yes, there is. Can I see what my kid is doing in school? Yes, you can. So if by putting it all in one place makes it more convenient for parents, and I think we want to be more welcoming so people are aware of their rights, and having it in one place makes it kind of our expression that we want you to be part of the process, that we want you to understand what is involved and what you can do and what you can know. So that's why I did the work, and hopefully people will access it and it will be helpful.
Any other questions or comments?
This is a general comment. It's going to apply to everything we do, but I'm going to put it out forward. And this will be quick. I think parental rights is a fundamental feature of our community, and I think most of our community wants this. And I'm going to recommend that we take the best of everything we have and submit it to either our general legal counsel, David Huff, or even better, Tony DeMarco, who's a parental rights attorney expert and speaks at CSBA and was sued by Bonta and defended that lawsuit. And so my thought is, collectively, I'm glad we're here. I love parental rights, the more the better, and I've said this for 2 years now. So I'm going to apply this to everything that each one of us agendize in a sweeping fashion, take all of it. And if one of the counter arguments is, well, we want to save legal fees, I'll say we want the best a lawyer can buy when we're protecting the innocence of children and empowering parents. So that's why I would suggest taking all of this collectively, submitting it to Tony DeMarco so that he can check for redundancy, or we already have this, or that's not needed, or we might get sued on this. I'm for all of that. So that applies to this generally and to everything we do.
And then my last comment was one of the goals was to take everyone's information in, get board consensus of what we're going to do with it, let the committee work on it, present it back to the board. And once we get to that point, then, because I think we're going to need to come to a consensus on some of this, once we have a full consensus, then submit it to, and I think that we were in agreement, that, yeah, AALRR.
Mine's slightly different. It's that maybe an attorney can weed out things that might not be necessary, and then it might be even easier to have consensus at the next meeting if we vote all this in. So I hear you. There's a couple different ways of doing it. Mine is let an attorney hash this out. They're way more, they're smarter and more sophisticated than we are with ed code and all these other things and board policy and previous lawsuits of other districts because we're borrowing language.
Okay.
So I just want the board to
I
consider that.
can't comment anymore. I've
could I
commented
just comment
twice.
on
You've
what I
commented
did?
twice. Yeah.
No, not yet, because we're not there. You will.
Sorry.
Okay, so anything else on electronic, on this homepage? I can't comment anymore.
No,
commented
I mean,
twice.
I just,
Okay.
I think it's a,
I do have one more question. I like the list. I like the fact that information will be compiled here. I think that's effective. I think parents will appreciate that. I just want to ask if there's a record change, whether it's official
we're
or
gonna get there.
unofficial.
We're
does
gonna do it.
that-
We're not there yet.
We're almost there.
Okay, well,
but thank you.
don't scold me.
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
not
no,
there.
no,
Okay,
it's
I'm just asking because there's going to be some natural overlap here. So one thing I would just ask is that we be patient with each other, not overlap and not
Yeah.
talk
And
while
not
one
be mean.
person's speaking.
Okay.
That's all I ask.
Yeah.
Okay, let's not interrupt if someone's timer is on.
Thank you.
So you and I, we both submitted information on that subject, so that will be next. So if there's no other, we've already moved to B, and now this is your change of record. And I'm going to give everyone just a minute to look. So you have this, we've pulled it up. I was going to wait, yeah, don't start the timer for a minute. I'm gonna let her. Just because it's really confusing. So right now I've pulled up all of your information, and it looks like this is this correct? This is what you submitted for the agenda, you and Dr. Komrosky? Okay.
That is correct.
And then Lene will scroll if you need to. Just let her know where you want her to be. And who will be presenting this? Will it be Dr. Komrosky or Mrs. Wiersma? Okay.
Ms. Wiersma could take the lead on this.
Okay, go ahead.
So with this particular policy, I know it's tried and true at this point with another district. And I think the most important aspect is recognizing that we want to be sure that parents are notified specifically if there is a record change, whether it's official or unofficial. I know there's some overlap with this. There's a few other items here. If there's a notification that goes out and it's more generic in nature, I think that's great. I work for a charter school. I do know in putting together events and sending information to parents, sometimes it takes multiple facets of communication. Sometimes I send out things more than 3 times. I'm happy to do it. We're all so busy. So when we get to the point of having discussions on how the notification goes out, I'm totally open to that. As Dr. Komrosky said, I think we should take the best of what everyone has offered and work together, so I'm open to all of that. I like the fact that this policy does ask that certificated staff or a principal or designee does provide a phone call to a parent or a letter or something that just allows them one other means of getting communication on what's happening. So I just want to advocate for busy parents because sometimes you can know where it's at, but that additional email might make all the difference. I think we're at a point in the state of California where everything we can do to safeguard our students, we need to do it. And I think we can agree with the best method moving forward and legally how it's going to come together.
Perfect, and I'll contribute to that so that the community knows. When AB 1955 passed, it targeted certain language that previous boards voted in, like Murrieta, Temecula, Chino, Rockland, Orange, Placer County. There was a bunch. And so that language is no longer usable. So Chino adopted a new policy because they were being sued by Bonta, the Attorney General of the state. Tony DeMarco and Diedrich from AALRR that we have now, they represented that lawsuit and won. It was dropped by Bonta. So I would say that that's a battle-tested policy that doesn't need any revision, and it stood up to the test of Attorney General Bonta. So I approve that. Gives the proper context for that language and why it was worded the way it was and how it comes out now being battle-tested.
Great. Do you want,
Have
we can't ask questions until we're done presenting on change of record. Did you want to present for the
No, I
committee?
mean, but, so we're not even going 2 and 2?
Not
on
until
this?
we're done with all of the
Oh, I
change of
see, I
record
got you. Okay,
presentation.
I got you, all right.
So we have something from the committee. Do you want to present it, or do you want me to?
No, I can do it.
Okay.
So, on student records, on student records, particularly with unofficial records, a student age 12 or older can ask for a records change to their unofficial record. What the committee is proposing is we want to amend our own policy, our own TVUSD policy, in that if a student asks for a record change, an unofficial record change, that an automatic email through Infinite Campus will be generated and shall notify the parents with a proactive email within 3 days from the date of change. And what that means is, for example, if the student says, I want to change my address in my unofficial records, the student can change it, but the parent is going to get an automatic email saying that the record was changed. And we can build that into the website as a mechanism for that to happen. So what that does is, in contrast to the Chino policy, there's no employees making any notifications. The system itself is making the notification, and what that means is, and that's why I like it, is no employee is making the notification, which means we don't have to negotiate impacts and effects with the teachers union. We have no possible unfair labor practice charges coming our way, which means no PERB, and which means no accumulated legal costs. It's very simple. It's going to cost us no money, and it can be built into the TVUSD website, and it's simple, Simon, and it makes sense, and it avoids all of the stuff that we've had to go through in the past 2 years, because no employee is involved in making the notification. If the notification is made, if the change is made in the person information, in the student information system, the system itself will generate the email and notify the parent that a change was made. So I love this.
That's the point, to notify.
Yeah, if the point is notification.
They get notified.
Exactly.
So, just comment, I'm sorry.
Quick, are you
Real quick.
done, Emil?
I am finished.
Okay, we're
Yeah,
going to
so
start 2
if-
minutes twice. So
I don't need 2
Dr.
minutes.
Schwartz
If the point
or Mr.
is that the parent be notified, then this satisfies that the parent gets notified. Simple, and again, it doesn't involve possible negotiations with certified staff to change a policy. Thank you.
I hear you when you say simple, Simon, but for me, it's not personable. And post-COVID lockdowns, there was a mistrust between the community and the parents involved in the school district, and we want to build that bridge so that parents feel like partners in this educational process with their kids. And I think that just they're going to be notified sounds too robotic and disattached from the personal interaction that a district employee can have with the parent. Not only is there a notification that a record's been changed, but maybe an email, maybe a phone call. And I think the simple Simon is too simple. I think the parents deserve more. And that's not a slam, that's just the critique. And I don't see that collective bargaining would get triggered in here because there's no mention of teacher in the record
Yes, it
change
does.
policy.
Certificated
But,
cast.
right. But I don't know if that means a district employee versus a union teacher, so that could be hashed out. Mrs. Wiersman, maybe you can speak to that, because I don't know this on the lawsuit with Bonta, if the teachers union was even negotiating impacts bargaining with this at all, or if it was completely bypassed because of this language. So my main point would be avoid the simple Simon. The parents deserve a little bit more, but yes, I wouldn't want to trigger impacts bargaining with the teachers union either.
So I think any of this could be hashed out and is up for discussion. I do like the fact of a notification, but things not ending there. I think a notification could happen, Then the parent's going to have to go on a fact-finding mission, right? What's the issue? What's going on? Is there going to be a specific with the email? So I'm not against it. I think that's a great idea. But I also support the idea of a principal who is outside the teachers' union taking it upon himself or herself to take that extra step. And maybe some notifications matter more than others. We can say they don't, but I know there are some differences, and I know, Dr. K, with what you're saying about relationships and that personal touch, I've seen things happen that needed to because of that. So I think these are things to consider. Maybe someone would want to answer that, what the notification would look like, the generic, is it then the parent? And I think the onus should be on the parent. Parents need to be connected to their portal, look at what's going on. They've got the responsibility. But on the other hand, in some circumstances, I think the administration at each site should have an extra responsibility to go the extra mile.
And to tack on to that,
Okay.
Tony DeMarco specializes in collective bargaining and parental rights, and we have him as an attorney. He would know by looking at this in 2 seconds. That's why I want him to look at all this. In fact, it's his policy from Chino.
Okay.
Go ahead. You on your 2 minutes? No. Yeah, I want my 2 minutes. Oh, yeah.
Okay, so first of all, I like the ideas in this policy, but I think that like copying and pasting it from another district onto our district is, what's the word? Say it. No, I'm not going to say that word.
Tried and true?
No, what it is we need to make this we need to bring these ideas to our district. We are not Chino, we are not Placentia, Yorba Linda. We are very different demographic. So I've gone through and I've looked at this entire Chino one, and we already have a lot of it. So I've just made a few notes. So in the Chino parental notification policy, it talks about change of record, and to save time and money and not put a burden on our staff, I think an automatic email should go out, and it would go out probably instantaneous when the person information changed. And that's a tab that you click on. The other one is extracurricular hours. So we should, instead of just saying like, okay, this is what you guys did, we're just going to slap it on here. We already have a policy. We have Board Policy 6145, and we can just amend that to include requirements, including teams and clubs and students' agenda in Infinite Campus. So if we want to notify the parents that their kids are in a club or on a sports team, we should just have that in there on the Infinite Campus. If we don't already, we probably have something like that. The other one is the notification of significant physical injury, because I don't know what you guys want. You gave us a policy, but it doesn't just talk about records changes. It talks about notifying if there's a significant physical energy. We have a healthcare and emergencies policy. It's Board Policy 5141. And I'll finish when my other 2 minutes, unless you guys want me to finish with my 2 minutes right now. Okay. Do I have consensus to use the rest of my 2 minutes, or do you want me to wait? Okay. So we already have Board Policy 5141, healthcare emergencies, and if we need to, we can just amend to explicitly require prompt parental notification in the event of significant student injuries. The other one is procedures for suicide, intent, or harm. And we already have a policy for that that includes the provisions related to parental notification. So my recommendation is we don't adopt Chino or Placenta or whoever's, because we already have it. So it's kind of a waste of time to have it twice. The one notification on bullying and incidents, that's Board Policy 5145.3. And all we need to do is revise that to include a requirement for notifying parents, guardians with a defined time frame following any report or incidents of bullying. So we already have a policy. And then the last thing I stated is that I think we should use automatic email notifications whenever possible, because it's going to cost a lot more for people to be, you guys submitted this, and it's not just change of record. It is notifying the parents over like 6 different things. And if we have staff that are constantly calling parents to notify them, it's going to be a burden. So I support what they have in this, But why are we taking another school district's policy and just slapping it into our board policy when we already have most of it? We just need to update some language if we want ours to be more robust. And I just want to go back to commenting on attorneys. I just gave you all of our existing board policy. I can look up the ed code. It'll save us time if we do a little bit of work. Might make my husband mad because I spend lots of hours. But it will, I think, how much money have has this new board saved in attorney's fees, Emil?
I haven't spent anything.
Yeah, but what was it, 200,000 so far?
Well, I mean, in the 23-24 school year, we spent $332,000 on board legal costs. This year, 24-25, we spent $60,000, of which $30,000 is from January 1st to the present when the new board was constituted. So, I mean, we're hundreds of thousands of dollars down in legal costs here.
May I take my 2 minutes?
Okay, and I'm done. I took both of mine.
Okay, first of all, I want to say.
Is this your first 2 minutes? I'm sorry.
No, this is her second.
Okay, go ahead, sorry.
First of all, I want to say right here and right now, we need to stop with you three being punitive. Dr. Komrosky and I, along with school board members all over the state of California, built trenches because we heard parents and we did the best that we could do. I did not agendize this piece to say we need to slap chinos on and just copy them. Please give us a little bit more credit than that. I'm tired of the punitive attitudes. I am open to collaborating, of seeing the best of all of us and doing everything we can for these parents. But the looks, the sarcasm, the stabs and the jabs, we don't need them. We are open to doing what we need to do, and it's because we had the foresight a couple of years ago to do what other people wouldn't be willing to do. So what I am asking you is for a little bit of respect. And to know that when I put this forward, it's because I wanted the feedback and to say, if we don't need this, great. If Tony DeMarco looks at that and says, you can cut this third out, I'm fine with that. But can we please change the attitude? Because I don't want to feel like I haven't done enough. I have. Dr. Komrosky has. You're here for a reason, and so are we. So that's all I want to say through this, is if we could please create a different tone, I'd appreciate it, because at the end of the day, I want to win for this entire community and all of us.
I got you.
So, and I don't want to be interrupted. And further,
She asked me a question.
I think I have 37 seconds left.
Go ahead.
Okay? Here's the other thing. Just a few minutes ago when I was talking about history and the Constitution and all of that, Mr. Barham and Mr. Schwartz, you were talking. I had a hard time finishing what I was saying because what I was saying wasn't important enough. So I think we're going to get to a good place with this board. I'm very hopeful. But to the president, yes. I put this here because I know it's worked, and I've talked to the woman who has seen major changes and things happen in the district that are positive for the students. But if we need to make it our own and make it better, I'm all for it.
Are you finished?
Thank you.
Okay. There was no disrespect intended. She asked me a question, and I answered the question.
It's been an accumulation.
You know what?
Okay, Emil has
Please.
2 minutes. Keep
Please.
the time going. Okay.
Yeah. I have a point of clarification here that I want to ask about this policy. Is it your intention to adopt the entire policy? Is that the intention here? And I don't want that to impact my time.
My intention is to have a collaborative effort, 5-0, where we all win and we take the best of everything we have and submit it to a lawyer. That answered your question before you even presented yours. So yes, but it's not isolated. It's one robust policy.
Okay, so
Okay,
you're you're in
finish
support of this entire policy then? Is that true?
Correct.
Okay, because
But if there's redundancy, which I just told you, the lawyer.
Then cut it out. The lawyer can factor through that. That's
Yeah,
what we're
but-
saying.
okay,
I'm just
but-
saying-
We're open to it.
Okay, let me talk. Because this has been how, and again, it's not disrespect, it's a criticism of how you have operated in the past. You want to send everything or most things to a lawyer. Okay, I'm saying I can go through this policy myself, and so can certain members of our community, and pick out what is redundant. And that's what I'm having a hard time with here, is that You bring these things from other places and you don't do any homework. This policy, we have all of this someplace in our own policies and in our own ARs. And what we do is we waste time and resources going over these types of things. And in addition to that, I don't care if you say that this is battle tested or not. This is not battle tested until it goes through the courts, because I see things in here, that are in conflict with current California law. So that's one thing. And again, here's my other point. To have a principal call a parent, where is the principal getting that information? Here in TVUSD, because I asked Mrs. Deas, how does this happen? It happens through a counselor, and I want a few more seconds. A counselor is the person who would, if it was going to be brought to a principal, would be the person that's going to bring it to change the record. That's how we do it. So are we going to muddy the waters with a certificated person first going to the principal to notify the principal, and then the principal calling the parents? I think that we're in trouble there.
Okay, time.
That's it.
The only person that hasn't spoken twice on this is Mr. Schwartz.
You know, parents' rights are a two-edged sword. I'm looking at people I know here, and I know how they deal with their children, because it's not just rights, it's responsibilities. And I know raising my own children and my grandchildren, part of it is my job and not the school's job. And I think we get in the weeds when we give the school the job of the parent. I'm sorry, when my nephew was 14 and he came to me and said, Uncle Steve, there's something wrong. I dated and I can't stand it. I think I might be gay. He came to me, he didn't go to his school, he didn't go to the principal, he went to some adult he trusted. And if parents have trusting relationships with their children are going to share the important things in their life. Whether it's that, whether they're bullied, whether they're trying out drugs. My daughter, when she was 16, I dropped her off at a party. 10 minutes later, my phone rang. She said, Dad, come pick me up. The kids are smoking pot. I don't want to do it. I don't criticize the other parents whose kids are smoking pot, but do they know, are they that interested in their own children that they invest the time in talking to them? Do they check their book bags when they come home? Do they see what they're reading? I'm sorry, we are educators and not parents of the children in the school. I remember people saying specifically, we're the teachers, not the parents. The parents have to pick up the slack for their own children and stop blaming the schools for things that their kids are doing. I'm sorry, but that's how I feel.
Are we done?
We're done. The next will be, Mr. Schwartz has spent time on gathering existing parental rights and notification that we already have in our policies in AR. Would you like 2 minutes?
No, as I said, I just went through all our ARs, our board policies, and Ed Code, and tried to find anything that related to parents' rights. And I also, as part of, Lene, remember which one it was? The one I asked you to copy? 5111, was it? Do you have it? 51101. It's right there in the Ed Code. You don't, if you look it up on the internet, it's called Parents' Rights under California Ed Code 511. There are 16 rights that are listed. I'm not going to read them out. I think if you go to 51101, you can look through it and see some of the things. Right to have a safe environment, right to request a particular school for your child, right to receive the results of standardized tests, to be notified if your child is absent. And David said he gets an email. Why do you want to know that? Yeah, you want to know if your kid's in school or cutting. Right to meet with the teacher or principal. Right to access your child's records. Ed Code 49069.7. Be informed of school rules. Be informed regarding any psychological testing the school does and refuse the testing. Participate in PTA advisory committees, so on and so forth. I had this printed up. If you want, we have copies of it, and you're welcome to it. And it's also, if you Google 16 rights parents have under Ed Code 51101, it'll list them for you. So I was just trying to make it convenient for people to know what's out there. And anyone who's out there who has a question, you're welcome to email me, and I'll point you in the right direction. Thank you. Oh, it's also listed there. I'm done.
You're done? Okay. I'll comment first. Mr. Schwartz, what was that? Oh, wait, we have one more, TVEA. Mr. Diaz. Yeah.
It's a long walk from back there. Good evening. We brought this together. We put this together over the last few years. We had a lot of parent conferences that would come to us with concerns. We try to meet with parents, whatever they have a concern, meet with them face to face, phone calls. And so we started gathering, like, what are the different things that people wanted to talk about? Like, what is it that they thought that they couldn't do? And usually someone may be, a parent might come in who's angry or upset or frustrated only because they don't know what options they have. And so as a teacher, you kind of know which ways they can go. They either come in and observe in the class, they can talk about what the curriculum is, and you can make adjustments for that. And so as our work group started, they started putting together everything that they have seen and heard come in, and we went through the board policy and what is it that parents can and have access to. Being able to have or conduct parent conferences, offer opportunities for volunteer and observing students or in the classrooms as well, have assignments available and online, including grading, which is now available through our online platforms. Others on the top, like observe a student's classroom. Sometimes a parent says, can I come observe? Sure, just make an appointment and we'll set up a time and they can come and check out what's happening. So many of these are already in board policy, and this is what we've been using with parents when they're asking, what is it that I can do? And it makes it a very easy reference point for them to know, because looking through Sibley for board policies and what you can do is, it's like mining for coal in the water. Thanks.
Thanks, Edgar. It looks great.
Thank you. So then my comment would be that we have two different existing lists of parental rights and notifications, and that we're trying to compile those and get those on our website so that parents can access them and just be able to simply click the way that Linnea is clicking on these little boxes and access the entire board policy or AR. And that's, so the other thing would be if the public has an item they would like to add, or if any of us have the wrong policy number or anything, then we're all open to emails from the public to help compile this list. Any other questions or comments?
No, I think this is great. I'm going to affirm what people brought forward, because I think collectively we become better. So the more parents know and have onus and have skin in the game and realize they can read through this, they can be aware, they can be involved, I think it's great. So Mr. Schwartz, I appreciate the work that you did. I want us to be able to affirm each other. I think you and Mr. Barham you might both be retired, and the one thing I want to say is I think we all do our homework and we do it in a different way. I've got a 60-hour week job, which I love, and I love this as well. So let's do our best to realize we each bring something different to the table, and we're going to become more golden because of it. And I just wanted to thank you, because I think this is good. And I love the fact that we can put it on the website and make it simpler. That's what people are looking for in a mess of information. How can you simplify my life? So I hope that's where we end up.
Is there any more comment on existing parental notification?
Let's move on.
Okay. Next, we have mixed-use spaces. Will that be Dr. Komrosky or Ms. Wiersma presenting? I have both of your names.
You want me to start?
D.
Okay, so because I did my homework, what I found is a CSBA policy, well, not policy, but it's legal guidance when it comes to the issue of bathrooms and locker rooms. And we can't avoid it. There is a tone across the state, across the district, where parents are concerned, as they should be. I was so proud of this board to pass that Sports Resolution 5-0 to protect women's spaces and sports. And we understand by law that we have to protect all students. We have to equitably provide, and we're going to do that. And this policy really lays out some of the different areas of what we need to do, but how we can also have accommodations. If people have religious reasons, if they have emotional reasons as to why they don't want to change next to a biological boy or vice versa, they shouldn't have to. And we don't have to make a big deal about it, but we can look for some solutions. We don't want to target, we don't want to discriminate, but we also want to acknowledge common sense is what we are asking for in the district, in the state, and in this country. We see it with federal law. Sorry, I didn't mean to make it awkward for you all. But anyway, federal and state law are in conflict. So it makes sense that we as a board are trying to figure this out. The notice of reasonable expectation of privacy, this is again not something I'm looking to slap on us. It is something that I am saying, can we look at this and absorb it in parent notification so that if they go through the paperwork and say, hey, if there's an overnight issue, if there's a locker room situation, I want to know if my kiddo is going to be in this particular situation, the onus should be on the district to let them know so that an accommodation can be made. I don't know which student it'll be, but we need to make sure that people have peace of mind, they have safety, they have privacy. All of that is important. This is a form that's been used, vetted throughout California by a legal organization. The Pacific Justice Institute with Brad Dacus is incredible. They protect parents across the country, here in the state, and my thought is, can we look at this? Can we figure out a way to utilize it so that parents who have concerns, and we have had situations, I won't speak to them, but it goes on. I have talked to physical education teachers who say, there may be a day where I need to walk away from what I'm doing if we can't figure this out, because we have to protect our students. Yes, all students, but what can we do? Can we split time in the locker rooms? Can we let parents know you do have a right for an accommodation? Here's a form you can fill out. There's several different tenets here on this form, all open to discussion, using it or not. I just think a form should be utilized from the top of the year so nobody's targeted. We're not talking about a specific person. We're talking about the principle of how do we make our kids safer, have their privacy, and feel like they're being heard wherever they come from.
Agreed, nothing more to add.
Okay, thank you. Can you pull up mine now? And before I start, I just want to explain that Mr. Diedrich, and I think he might have had AALRR, so DeMarco Diedrich, their changes are in red. So this was submitted by the parental rights notification, and the board should have received an email that we were going to submit this to the parental right, or to the attorneys. So go ahead and start the timer. I think that we are somewhat on the same page here, and I have a different approach that I want the board to consider. The notice of reasonable expectation of privacy, I think that is burdensome, and there is a possibility that that having the parents be notified based on the class, like, dear parent, your child is in a class with a opposite sex person, or however we notify them, I think we're going to get sued. And when I've talked to other people and legal experts, we're going to set ourselves up for a lawsuit. My recommendation is that we notify all parents that we have mixed use locker rooms and restrooms. So all parents in the district, if they don't already know this, there is a very good chance that your child is going to be in a bathroom or a locker room at one point with an opposite gender person. And they should just, our parents should understand that that is an expectation. It has happened. I know several of my friends and my own child has been in a classroom with a transgender student. And I don't want to single out the students or isolate the students. I want to not make this an issue about students. The parents should just be aware that this is happening in our schools. We have mixed-use facilities, and that's, if you don't already know, ask your child and just make that assumption if not, because I don't want to single out transgender students in this. And so with that being said, we notify the parents that we are, by state law, all schools have mixed-use facilities, and if your child needs a religious or a mental health accommodation, then one will be provided. And that will be without a burden of proof, because I think that will cause too much paperwork and time for the staff to be trying to figure out like who has proven this or who has not. And then, Mrs. Wiersman, this notable notice of reasonable expectation, the only one that I really felt like we should do differently is the first one, and I really believe in the parents requesting the accommodation and them being notified. Just expect it, because I don't want to single out transgender students or make them feel uncomfortable that notes are going home if they're in in gym class with other students. The other four I've broken down, and I looked up all the. Again, I like to do as much work as we can before we turn to the attorneys, but obviously there's a time when the attorneys do the final review. Our child will not be strip searched. I have a breakdown of that. I'll finish during my 2 minutes. Thanks. So.
Can I clarify in a short statement, or do the rest of you want to go first?
Yeah, let's let them talk and we'll do our 2 minutes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, who would like to go first with the 2 minutes twice?
I have nothing to say on this one.
I'm going to take my two. I'm going to go 2 and 2 because I want to talk. Well,
Yeah,
give me my two.
absolutely. Go ahead.
Okay, so when speaking about mixed-use spaces, transgender and gender nonconforming students may have issues surrounding privacy, safety, and other concerns. It's not just transgender and transgender nonconforming students, but other students as well who may be uncomfortable with having to change clothes in the same locker area and in the presence of the opposite biological gender. While there is no specific legal right that allows students not to share a locker room or restroom with a transgender student, the district can follow a process to address these concerns of these students, that they may be provided access to an alternative changing area, may be allowed to change at a different time, before or after other students, may be allowed a space that is gender neutral or a single-use bathroom, etc. In other words, there are ways to accommodate students who may be uncomfortable using the same restroom or locker room with transgender and gender nonconforming students without denying equal access to any students. So this approach reflects California's legal commitments to all students. We acknowledge that parents have questions or concerns related to California law and want you to know that we're here to work with you. But under California Ed Code and the First Amendment, parents may request that their child be excused from instructional content or activities like the use of shared locker rooms, which conflict with their religious beliefs. It is possible to arrange alternatives for your students. In addition, if a student faces mental health challenges which negatively impact your child's emotional well-being in a particular school setting, such as mixed spaces in locker rooms and bathrooms, your child might benefit from a mental health accommodation. It is possible to arrange alternatives for your students.
Thank you. Mrs. Wiersma?
Okay, the only thing I wanted to clarify is that this notice of reasonable expectation of privacy wasn't designed to out anyone. It's something that parents can use and bring forward. And in fact, I'll probably offer the resource on a website or social media that I have because it has been used throughout the state. The onus is on the parent to look through this and say, you know what, this is what we believe and what we want the school to recognize. And here at TVUSD, bring it in to your principal or to admin. They can take a look. And I say give it time. Let's figure out where we land. But again, this wasn't about targeting. I think Mr. Barham's right. It's not just about transgender students. I think that these are just reasonable ways for parents to understand you have constitutional rights. And you know, one thing that's been tough, if any of you are wondering why the heck is this 16 items, it's because we didn't form a committee with someone from the old and someone from the new. It was something we were advised to do. And I wish we had, because then I think we would have been a little more cohesive in understanding where everybody's at. But we do have the Brown Act to honor. We can't all have conversations. So it is what it is. But again, I think this notice is not to create bureaucracy for our schools, but to give parents further freedom and flexibility to say, okay, this is something that I want to be sure it doesn't happen with my student. Here's a form I can use. I can take it in. Somebody will listen. And at the end of the day, as long as we land in that place where there's better communication, more transparency, and more safety, it's important, not just for students and families, but for our teachers. Like I mentioned, I've been here for 2.5 years. I know the conversations that have taken place. They're real. We can't circumvent them, candy coat them. We have to address this, and maybe each site does it a little differently. I talked to somebody at one particular middle school that said, I could see doing this and this and this and still being equitable and still loving all students and caring. So hopefully we arrive there.
All right, I'm going to finish with.
I want another 2 minutes.
You get another 2
No, I
minutes.
know,
Do you want
just-
it now or
No, you
after me?
go ahead.
Okay. So, Mrs. Wiersma, I want you to look at what I submitted because that would address the first box only, and that was vetted by AALRR. I have a version where the attorney made comments in the sidebar. If you want to look at that, I just don't know how to share it with you because I'm low tech. The rest of these items I feel like could be incorporated into our existing policy so that the parents will know you don't have to check this box in order to have this parental right or this notification. You don't have to check the box. This is part of our policy. One of them is already part of our policy. Our child will not be strip searched or ordered to disrobe without prior parental consent except in certain circumstances. We already have that, and it's I think it's even in California law and ed code, but we could look at that and maybe update our policy and strengthen the language. So the first one really does deal with mixed-use spaces. The other 4 I've gone through and I've cross-referenced our existing policy and where we could update it or amend it so that this fits our policy, and then we don't have to ask the parents to check all these boxes. Biometric data is something new, and we have, this will explain where it is in our existing policy. I think we can update language by just amending the policy and adding the word biometric data and a few other words if you want. I actually checked, we don't gather any of that information at our school. It's not something we do, but it doesn't hurt just to have it clear because we're an evolving society. And then the last thing, did I already do both of my 2 minutes, or do I still have?
No, you did.
This
is it.
This is my last?
You're wasting it.
Okay.
Collaboration will be
I'm wasting
good.
it? Did I do both of my 2 minutes? Or did I just do 2 minutes once?
Did your 2 minutes twice.
Okay, I still have another 2 minutes
thought
because
you
I
said-
presented.
I thought you said you were going to do 4 minutes on this.
I vote we move on.
Okay, so I think the way to go here is the religious accommodation or the mental health accommodation. This notice of reasonable expectation of privacy. Number 5, because I'm trying to do my homework here, it's a FERPA violation. Number 4,
It's already in the law, and it's already in our board policy 5145.12. We don't have biometric data, although if we want to update a policy, we can do that. I don't have a problem with that. Number two, I don't even know what this would look like. I mean, I think that this would eventually lead to, I think it would eventually lead outside of the questioning part in which there's parental notification that surveys are happening for invasive questioning. Outside of that, I think that this would place undue burdens upon our staff and would end up probably PERBed. I think we would have to negotiate this in impact and effects. And number one, I mean, if
It's
we
illegal.
Huh?
Number one, it's illegal.
Yeah, we've got there's problems with number one. This is an undue hardship on the district. If you're giving this out at the beginning of the year, I mean, I don't know what your intention is, but I mean, if people are checking this, we could have 50 or 60 kids, okay, in a PE class that we're gonna have to make an accommodation for. You have a plan? I mean, I just think this again is going to place, if that's what your intent is.
The intent is to collaborate. This organization vetted it legally.
Let me finish. If that's your intent.
I'm open to all of it. Let's
yeah,
collaborate.
If that's your, give me a couple more seconds. If that's the
get 10 more
intent here,
seconds.
then this is going to impact PE teachers. We're going to be going into impacts and effects, and that's just how this is going to roll. I'm sure. But I think I'm with Mr. Schwartz. I mean, we don't have camera or visual surveillance.
Okay, time, Mr. Schwartz.
Yeah, I just question getting advice from the Pacific Justice Institute. Does anyone else know who they are? Because I looked them up. Their primary mission is to provide rigorous defense for families and religious organizations when their constitutionally guaranteed freedoms are threatened. I don't know what that means. And I don't think we ought to be seeking advice, legal advice, from organizations like that. We have our own lawyers. If we need legal advice, don't clap yet, Josh. We can go to our lawyers. We could go to CSBA. We don't need to go, I'm sorry, to crackpot institutions like the Pacific Justice Institute or the Pacific, what was the other one? I forget about it. Never mind. Let's just try to stay away from more lawsuits, more PERBing, and more ridiculous things that we don't do things like this. Our child will not be subjected to the view of any other person, adult or minor, whether in person, by camera. We don't have cameras in our restrooms, in our locker rooms. I mean, it's ridiculous.
This was only to serve as something to pull from. That's it.
Are you done, Mr. Schwartz? Are you done? Would you like 2 more minutes? I would like to answer Mr. Barham's question, or would you want to go first? You can go first.
So I'll go first and again reiterate, it isn't about slapping this into what we're doing. It's understanding that in 2.5 years, we've developed amazing relationships with organizations like the Pacific Justice Institute. I encourage you to look them up. They're not a crackpot organization. And on top of it, I've been prevented from reaching out to legal for almost 6 months now. So when I have to do some of my own homework and look at some of my resources and the friendships that I've created, that's what I do. Again, it's only to bring this together to say, how can we make it our own? And I'm open to that. If 1, 2, 3 don't apply, fine. Let's move on, find what does, and then decide on something that helps our students be safer. And I think, Dr. Anderson, you said you've got a solution. Great, I'd love to hear it. Like, let's not denigrate one another. Let's realize that we have parents from every walk of life that want to hear from us. We should be able to share. If a parent wants to use this and bring it in because they don't have the means to put something together on their own, that's fine. Hopefully we create the solution. But again, let's just take the best of this.
So I'm just going to say this again. If anyone wants copies of this, I did do a lot of research on it, and I have the FERPA Ed Code and current California law relating to each one of these. So I am going to give myself a pat on the back because I did the work on this. I think that you and I a little bit aligned with number one. I just want you to consider what I'm putting out there. I really don't want this to be about transgender students, because I want everyone to consider, if you're a student in a classroom and what it would feel like, whether or not you agree with like transgenderism, just let that alone. If you're that student and you know that your PE class are going to send 50 notices to all the parents saying, this student is in the PE class, I think that's going to be stressful for that student. I really think we should just let our parents know this is happening. If people are laughing and saying it's not happening, you're not well informed, because this is happening and a lot in our schools. And I think I know so many parents who either have transgender students in the school, or like I said, my son was in elementary school 10 years ago with a transgender student in his classroom. I've had parents express their concerns with students in the locker room. I want to stop the conversation right now, though, about transgender. I want people to know that the general population will be the population that we refer to, because I'm tired of like isolating this one student and saying it's all about this. So we have the general population, and then we have accommodation. And the general population will dress at the time that they're supposed to. And if someone needs a religious or mental health accommodation, they will dress 5 minutes later when the locker room is cleared. So if there's one student, that's okay. If there's 50 students, that's okay. But the general population will always be the population for the transgender student. And then, Mrs. Wiersma, if you'll just look through the rest of this and see that 10 more seconds. I considered these, and I looked at ways we could incorporate it into our district. So I just want you to look at my comments and read through them. I couldn't share them with you before due to Brown Act, but there are ideas where some of them we don't need, but some of them we can just update. I think biometric data, we don't know where the future's headed. It wouldn't hurt us to add that to an existing policy that we already have that's similar. So if you'll just look at my ideas and see what you think. So I've done my two. Is there anyone else that has a comment? All right. We are at 1 hour. What time is it? 8:10. It's early. I need board consensus. We have a workshop coming up. We could split the workshop, and we could finish parental rights and notification and then get the other information finished, or we could go through the rest of the night. You want to finish it? Finish it or postpone?
Finish.
All right, we're going to finish it. Okay, if it goes till 1:30 in the morning, I know, but the board gave consensus, so I can't be blamed for it going into it. Okay, go. Let's keep going. We're going to move on. Dr. Komrosky, we are on mental health. Yeah.
Yeah, and going back to my previous statement, I'm trying to make this as collaborative as possible. The board can decide what they want to use with this, but I'll go back to gender dysphoria. It's a mental health condition. I'll just read. Diagnosed when there's a significant incongruence between a person's experience or expressed gender and their assigned gender at birth, leading to distress or impairment in functioning. The Placentia-Belinda policy, they've never been sued. It was created by a pretty sharp superintendent that has conservative values, which I believe represents the majority of the values in Temecula. I don't take offense to it that somebody else creates a policy that's good, because if people get offended and triggered because somebody else creates something that they didn't, that slides into narcissism, which I don't want to do. What I want to do is slide into collaborative effort on the board. And the other thing is it's fiscally responsible, and it also shows depth and breadth of their ability to create something, avoiding a potential AB 1955, which eventually came down. And they said, look, man, this is good, this is solid. And it really does enhance the mental health of potential students that have gender dysphoria. So I'll just read you a few paragraphs. I'm not going to go into it in extensive detail. The Temecula Valley Unified School District Board of Education strives to foster trust and communication between district and the parents, guardians of its students. To that end, the board supports the fundamental rights of parents, guardians to direct the care and upbringing of their children, including the right to be informed of and involved in their child's education to promote positive educational outcomes. Pretty good language so far. Due to the current nationwide mental health crisis exacerbated by the global pandemic, the Temecula Valley Unified School District recognizes the need for frequent, ongoing, and oftentimes immediate communication between school administration, staff, parents, guardians. Furthermore, with reports of depression, anxiety, and suicide rates at an all-time high among public school students, action is needed to address the emerging crisis and support the health and the welfare of district students. California Ed Code, and goes on into the Ed Code. They've never triggered collective bargaining and been sued, none of that. And to top this off, to save legal fees, one of the things that we have to consider is that we're not AI, ChatGPT robots that can take, as an individual board member, 16 individual policies, synthesize them, and crank out some one happy-go-lucky, all of us agree, when all 5 board members disagree constantly. And the sad thing is I thought this would be a collaborative effort, but it's literally, there's some vitriol up here, and I don't want to take a part of it. That's why I haven't been talking as much. But I will say that this policy was vetted by General Legal Counsel, you got it, David Huff, who is our General Legal Counsel. He was at that district at that time that saw every word of this. That was agendized and passed. You want to save legal fees? You got it right here.
Yeah, on reading this, we already have this language in AR 5141.52. Why are we going over this again? We already have it in our administrative regulation. It's there. Why are we putting a new policy in place when we already have it? Thank you.
Dr. Komrosky, can I answer his question for you? Okay, here's my 2 minutes. Can I take 2 minutes and answer his question? Okay. So we do have the board policy 5141.52. Suicide prevention promotes parental involvement and outlines general mental health supports. It does not explicitly require that parents or guardians be notified within a specific time frame when a counselor or staff member believes a student may pose a risk to themselves or others. To strengthen this policy, we can align it with the California Ed Code 49602. Again, we can do a lot of this work before we submit it to an attorney because you have me on the board. Okay, which allows school counselors to disclose confidential information when necessary to avert clear and present danger. So specifically, we can require that the school counselors notify parents or guardians and or the school principal within, I said like immediate, but no longer than 24 hours, but we could come up with a time. And I think it would be important to add that language to our existing, am I answering this okay for you, Dr. Komrosky? I think we should add this language because as a parent, if my child was suicidal and they told their counselor in May and then they were home all summer, I think that the parents should be aware. So that's all we would need to do is amend the language that we have in our existing 5141 because you're correct, Mr. Schwartz, a lot of the language that we have mirrors the language in 5141. And then, Dr. Komrosky, you're correct, we do not have parental notification in our suicide prevention plan. So all we have to do is take both the Ed Code and the current policy and marry those together. And so I want you to consider, rather than adopting this, because then we would have redundancy. We'd have 2 board policies that are similar twice. Maybe just looking at our current 5141 and seeing if you would be interested in just what are your thoughts on just amending it with the language in here?
First of all, thank you. I'm glad on the collaborative effort that I just saw. And to address Mr. Schwartz, I have already said from the very beginning, we want to avoid redundancy, totally. If one of us skipped it, totally fine. I just want a professional that's more legally proficient than all of us combined, and legalese expert to look at this. That's all, and I've said that. And it could be Diedrich, it could be DeMarco, to again take the best of everything that all of us are putting forward.
Okay, so do I get my 2 minutes?
You get your 2 minutes,
Okay.
Mr. Barr.
So DeMarco's already looked at this one, correct?
No, Huff.
Or Huff looked at this one?
Huff.
Okay, so Huff looked at this.
So if I read Placentia Yorba Linda's policy, and I read Board Policy 5020, as well as AR 5141.52, the language is it's almost identical. It's verbatim. And it's, forgive me, it's not vitriol here, it's frustration. Because we have to, when we submit things like this, my expectation, this is me, is that we're gonna do some work on our own to cross-reference what we already have. Because to me, it's not good governance. And it's not a criticism. I'm just saying for the future, we need to be efficient. It's confusing to the public when we have these kinds of things proposed when we already have these things. We have 90% of what has been proposed here, 90%, because we're not done yet, because we're gonna do the student protest, which we don't have, okay, which I'm all about, but 90% of what's been proposed here, we have it someplace. And that's what bothers me. I've done my homework here, and I just don't want to be slapping policies of other districts up here when we have 90% of what's in all of these policies. So again, it's not vitriol, it's frustration. So let's look at Board Policy 5020. Let's look at AR 5141.52 and Placentia Yorba Linda, which has already been vetted by Mr. Huff. We can marry that very easily. And we don't have to send it to legal. And we don't have to send it to legal. Absolutely correct.
I will address that with Dr. Anderson, saying that there's a salient feature that she addressed with Mr. Schwartz. I'm not sure you caught that, the parental notification part. So again, Emil, when you say that you're frustrated, and then you say good governance, those elicit a negative response that are not collaborative. Just be a professional up here.
Okay, we're not,
Okay,
let's
If all
not
meeting
do
long
that
I tell
anymore.
you don't have good governance, you're
Okay.
gonna start getting frustrated. It's just like,
No, I wouldn't.
why?
Why? You know what I would do? I would
May
look
I
at
take
it
my
myself
moment?
and say,
Yeah. May I
take my
maybe
moment?
you're right.
It's
Maybe
Mrs.
call it out.
Wiersma, point of order, it's Mrs.
Yeah,
Wiersma's
maybe you're
turn.
right.
Well, no, you know
No,
what?
point
I
of
was
order.
interrupted
Yeah,
on my
let's
time.
go.
No, Dr. Anderson, you're
just
cutting
gonna
off
take a
my
minute.
time, and
Okay.
I'm being interrupted.
Yeah, I just want to take a moment.
It is neutral to left-leaning. They emphasize, especially as a board president, to be in frequent contact with an attorney, especially when you anticipate something that's controversial that's going to be presented at a board meeting. You want your lawyers to look at this in advance. I have a different philosophical outlook than you, and I have more training than you, and so if there's disagreement, fine, but don't dare say, bad governance, not good governance. I'm sorry, Emil, you haven't even been to a single CSBA training event, let alone Masters in Governance. When you get trained, you will literally meet people with liberal values, neutral values, conservative values, all over the map, and they might actually say, you know what, you really do have to run this by an attorney. That is what they are for. Now imagine I go door to door and I say, hey, I'm running on parental rights. Do you guys mind if I protect your parental rights? And they go, heck yeah, do it. And I say, do you mind if I contact an attorney to make sure everything's good and there's no redundancy and we don't get sued? Yeah, what are you kidding me? But that's what's being set up here. Don't you dare contact the attorney because that's spending too much money. That's not good governance and we're just slapping policies. I'm sorry, but I trust a lawyer that's vetted more than you. And I've mentioned 3 tonight, Huff, DeMarco, and Brenner, which Brenner vetted this other one with the 4 bullet points. So it's not to offend you, it's just to say, we have a different philosophical outlook, we disagree, but there's no need to get frustrated at our disagreement like that.
Can I respond? I get my 2 minutes.
Will you not make it
No,
personal?
I would like to speak.
Let her
Okay,
talk
go
and then
ahead.
you get a turn.
So I want to say, Mr. Barham, part of your frustration would have been alleviated had you not pushed me from the committee, because again, the old and the new and the ideas coming together were important. It is what it is, and that's okay. I'm just here to say, let's be careful with what we say and share, and if we can combine these things, that's great. I do think if you all can do some streamlining first before sending it on to legal, great. But at the end of the day, we have spent 2.5 years plowing through some of this, and I think having legal counsel look at it would be great. Dr. Anderson, I appreciate you consistently coming back to me to say we agree. I think we do on a lot of these things. And I think we have to give each other a little bit of grace. I mean, again, Mr. Barham, you put on the Community Advisory Committee and gave yourself 10 minutes with nothing for us to look at or the public. My point is, let's just give each other grace.
Has nothing to do with
That's what
this.
I'm saying,
Okay,
is
point of
let's get past that point and realize that, again, the older board members mean something and so do the newer ones. And I think we work forward together, send it to legal. A little bit of each of these things will make it better. So I don't want to be angry or bitter. I'm just saying, let's move past this. It's a good example of what keeps happening in how we're speaking to things.
Okay. Mr. Schwartz?
Yeah, I only need 30 seconds. As the oldest board member, both in service and in age, I must say, in 2 years, we never called lawyers. I'm sorry. We talked it out, we worked it out, and we didn't put things into practice that we thought were illegal. We looked at Ed Code, we looked at ARs, we looked at board policies, and we spoke to each other and worked together. And then for 2 years, I sat here with Allison and we listened because we were not considered. And now that the shoe's on the other foot, everybody else thinks their shoe is cramping their foot. Well, you know what? Sometimes life gives you apples and sometimes it gives you rotten apples. Just got to roll with the punches, guys.
Okay, Mr. Barham?
Okay, so philosophically, I think we have some differences in how we approach this. I prefer to do my own research. I prefer to talk to the staff, whom I consider very smart. And I use my common sense. I am not a lawyer. I have been asked my opinion on some of these things. I have said, I think we need to send this to legal. My issue with your approach on these things is it seems as if you want to send, and this has been my experience with how you've operated in the past, that you want to send most of this stuff to legal. And I just don't believe that we need to do that. That's my opinion, and that's my frustration, is I'm trying to be wise and a steward of taxpayer money, and that's why I say, we're smart people up here. We can figure this out. We have a brilliant staff who they know the law very well, and I rely upon them. And when I do not feel that, when I feel that we're in a place where we're just not sure, as I have recommended to you and to you, Mr. Superintendent, we need to send these things to legal. But I am going to go through a rigorous process first of vetting all of this myself and doing my own research, as Mr. Schwartz has done for the last 5 years. That's my preferred approach. So we just have a different way of approaching it, so.
Okay, has everyone
That's it.
spoken twice?
I don't know if I have I? Because I got
You've
cut off.
spoken twice. I've only spoken once. You spoke twice. You
I think I
presented.
got cut off, but then I got allowed an extra minute. Can I have 30 seconds?
Do you want to take it now, or I was never allowed to present my mental health, so I still get 3 minutes to present mine? I'll give you 30 seconds because so I get 3 minutes plus I get my 2 minutes. Everybody else took their 2 minutes on mental health. This is an example of a policy that, it's funny that we're arguing about attorneys, but this is very applicable. This is a policy, this is an example of a policy that was first presented to the idea was brought to the cabinet, and I said, I think we need to update this. The cabinet's changes are in blue. I made cross things out in red. So my changes are in background red. Cabinet is in background blue. And as you scroll down, do you see the typing in red? That's attorney review. So keep scrolling. So this is a policy right here. This is a good spot to look. This was a policy that was created with first the cabinet giving me what they thought the language should be, me then changing the language to what I feel like the board would approve, and lastly, the attorney vetting the policy. So we probably saved a couple $1,000s here by working with the cabinet, the board, and the attorney. If I would have just sent it to the attorney and said, do your worst, one, they wouldn't have known what we wanted, but the other thing is it would have cost us probably $5,000 or $6,000, and it didn't. So keep scrolling. This is our mental health policy. Again, you see attorney has added, staff added. I crossed out the staffs and I reworded it. This is how I wanted it to look. The attorney read that and added the board policy. They added this part, the superintendent go down. And this is my mental health. This has to do with notifying parents of mental health services provided. I like the word mental health staff because in 10 years we might not have social emotional learning. Maybe there'll be a different type of mental health services that we're providing. I think sometimes those change. So I just wanted it to be mental health. And I have all the notes, but I didn't know how to attach them. But the attorney also in his notes said that mental health is better than staff is better than social emotional learning because it's just more broad. So this is a collaboration between the three of us, and I think this saves money, and it also addresses the needs of the district more specifically. Like this is specific for our district, and it was a collaboration between Bill Diedrich was the one that reviewed this. He also reviewed the accommodation. Him and I think Tony DeMarco both looked at those, and then there was another attorney's name on it. So there was 3 attorneys that kind of looked at that. Torres. Okay, Mr. Torres, so I want to give him credit. So I like this process, but I'm okay. Like we all have different processes. This is just my process. So that being said, I made modifications. I get 2 more minutes because that was my presentation. And my last 2 minutes to speak on mental health, and I think we beat it to death. Yours is on suicide prevention. That's your mental health. It's not the same as this. This is if right now Ms. Wiersman and I noticed that we do bill Medi-Cal. So we just want to make sure that the parents give permission before we bill and that we're communicating with parents anytime mental health services are being provided and insurance is involved. And that was this update. Plus, while we were at it, we just updated the entire policy. So I think this is a good example of collaboration and efficiency. And that's it. So this topic we've all had twice on mental health. I presented, so I'm done. Let's go on to the last one. Is Dr. Komrosky had some ideas for parental notification.
Okay, so to clear up before I start, and yeah, going back, Mr. Barham, the 3 that I talked about with Huff vetting the mental health one, Brenner vetted this one, and DeMarco vetted the record change. The wisdom, I hear what you're saying, we disagree philosophically. I'll just say these are already vetted, 2 of these, 1.5 years ago. I mean, that's what I'm saying. No language needs to be added unless we want to, because it has been vetted. The Huff vetted the mental health from Placentia Yorba Linda. DeMarco vetted the record change, and Brenner vetted this one. And Brenner, just to let you know, he has very conservative values. Huff is a neutral. He's not a conservative when he vetted the mental health one. But on this one, there's 4 bullet points. The community saw it. You saw it. The first one deals with protest on and off campus. The young gentleman talked about First Amendment rights, rose our hand to the Constitution. Amen. Totally agree. What happened back when we prohibited CRT, there was a coordinated effort, 3 student planned protest walk-offs of campus of Great Oak High School, Chaparral High School, Temecula Valley High School. One of the things that stood out to me is there was a planned protest at Great Oak. Now, some of the children said, you know, we're going to go on this protest, but they didn't to Birdsall Park. They went to Pechanga. I'm like, oh, geez. This is why I thought, you know, this is important. Maybe parents really should know that they're going to do this in case they plan on doing something, but then don't. So I think it's really important. But it still satisfies the tension you're talking about. You know, if my son was protesting in a school, I would want to know that he's doing it. Number two, yeah, this talks about instances of violence, drug dealing, acts of sexual misconduct, theft. I don't want just the parent involved notified. I want the parents of the school knowing what is happening on the campus, not just the parents involved. And I know this causes a tension with the district because maybe, you know, maybe we don't want to, maybe the district says, and I don't know, but maybe they don't want to let the parents know of a specific school every time something goes down negatively because that reflects on the school's community and culture inside of it. But I think the parents should know, school should know. Number three, this was just anecdotal. There was somebody, when I was first into office, oh no, sorry, number three, third party vendors coming onto campus. For me, this will seem controversial, and I don't care because I was voted in to represent the values of the parents in my community. I don't want somebody like Planned Parenthood coming onto a school district and you as a parent not knowing. So it triggers the general overarching rule. If there's a third-party vendor coming onto a campus, parents should know who it is when they're coming. That's it. Simple as that. And it's a broad policy. The last one was digital and physical libraries. I think that parents should know what books come in and out of the libraries. Hard copy, digital, and I'm open to suggestions, and this was vetted by Brenner. Sorry, this was also on the the Temecula Valley policy that we passed in August, just that these four weren't voted in. So this was already agendized a year and a half ago.
Who wants to start with questions? Can I ask a question first? Were you able to review my comments? Because you said you weren't.
Apologize, it was Mother's Day weekend.
No, it's
totally
okay.
slammed
It's
the
okay.
night. Yeah, I texted you.
Lene, I sent you an email right now, and I just addressed all of these. Could you open that? Just 1 second. Does someone else want to take their two comments while she goes?
I'll
Okay,
take
Mr.
two.
Barham.
Okay, so I agree with you that if the school knows that there's going to be a walkout and it's planned, that the parents should know. I don't think we really have anything like that. So I support whatever language we come up with. I don't know how it would be done, putting it on the website, what have you. I think we get into shaky ground when we say that the school will require the parent-guardian written permission prior to their child's participation. What I see in the research that I've done is that part of what you're trying to accomplish, the law extends free speech protections to students in both public and, no, I'm sorry. I messed up here, excuse me. Where am I here? Oh, here I am, sorry. While students have the right to protest, schools may have policies regarding parental notification or permission, especially if the protest involves leaving campus or missing class. However, these policies cannot infringe upon the student's constitutional rights. Schools may require parental permission for logistical reasons such as ensuring student safety or adhering to attendance policies, but they cannot mandate parental consent as a condition for exercising free speech. So I'm totally for, let's put it on the school's website, send an email and let them know that there's a planned protest. I just think that we're on shaky ground when we're gonna ask the parent to give permission to the kid to protest. So that's one point, but, and in terms of your other points here, in terms of the having access to the library, I'm all for that. I just think that the parent, we need to schedule it with,
Yeah, it has to be within.
it's got to be, we've got to schedule it with the principal. Parent has a right to go in and do that. I think that the school should put on the website if a third party is coming onto the campus. I have no problem with that. I think that's fair. Like I said, the only thing that I have trouble with is the parent granting the kid permission to protest, because I think it's unconstitutional. That's my opinion. Okay, but I'm not a lawyer. Go ahead, sorry.
Can I ask you a question? Who vetted number 4? Which attorney? Or no attorney vetted number 4?
Brenner vetted all 4 of them.
Okay.
And you can see this on the August 22nd board meeting, 2023.
Okay, well, Brenner
I can have
give
Lene
me,
pull it up if you want.
you can share this with Brenner. I would, well, I don't want to pay for his advice because it's $600 an hour, but, my comment, Lene, if you pull this up, I think that there are laws that need to be followed, but I do think it's a good idea to have a policy on student protests and demonstrations. One of the biggest reasons that I support this is I don't want our campuses to look like the college campuses with people like disrupting classes or singling out and harassing other students with like what we've seen with the Palestinian Free Palestine protests. And so I looked up the Ed Code and the laws. Dr. Komorowski, I would like you to review this idea of a sample policy. You said you haven't worked on it with anyone. So if you haven't worked on it, review it and tell me what you think about it, because that would not be a Brown Act violation. Have you created any policy or worked with anyone on student walkouts?
Mrs. Wiersma, we worked on this together before October 22nd, 2023.
So I don't think.
But not since then. She's not, yeah, I agendized this, yeah.
So this is an idea for a policy. So look at this, and it would be compliant. One of the things that I mentioned in the policy is due to increased number of school shootings, often involving multiple perpetrators, unannounced student walkouts can cause panic and endanger students and staff. Sudden mass movements on or off campus may trigger emergency responses and interfere with critical safety precautions. So one of the other reasons I support this is because I think that it is a safety consideration. And then when it comes to immediate notification of serious incidents involving students, we can add that to existing board policy. Advance notification of third-party presentations. I'm hoping we can figure out how to email, or even better, if we can put it on the site website, just to avoid mass emails. And then the last one is access to physical and digital libraries. Can I use my last 2 minutes? I only need 30 more seconds.
Okay.
Okay. I think the language should include, so if Mr. Brenner sees this, I think the language needs to include our existing policy. Parents or guardians who wish to view library materials or inquire about in-kind donations in person must follow the district's established visitor policy. This includes submitting a request in advance and receiving approval from the school principal or designee. In accordance with district safety policies, unannounced visits to classrooms, libraries, or other school areas are not permitted. This policy is in place to protect student safety, minimize disruptions to instructional time, and ensure proper supervision of campus visitors. I know I don't want unannounced visitors storming the libraries when my kids are there. I think it's a safety concern, and I've also seen videos where people will go to schools and like be all worked up on Instagram, like I want to see the books in the library, and I think that's disruptive to the learning environment and stressful for the staff. So I think as long as we follow our existing board policy regarding parents entering the school for whatever reason, whether it's to view the library or anything, they need to make an appointment and call ahead of time. Other than that, I support these. I've just made my comments and revisions, but those are just my opinions. That's all.
Can I do a point of clarification or information?
You still have 2 minutes left, and I commented once.
No, I know, but I don't want, I have a question, Doctor. If this was all vetted, what, did this ever come to the floor? I don't want this to be part of my 2 minutes. Yeah, because I need, if this was all vetted by the attorneys, what happened to all this?
It just didn't go to, get voted in by a majority of the board. Mrs. Barclay, Mr. Schwartz, Mr. Gonzalez voted no. It might have been that Mr. Gonzalez at the time, and he might have said this on the dais, no, perfect memory recall. It's that it was, think about it collectively, where school districts are trying to pass a policy with continuity, knowing, not knowing, but anticipating the possibility of getting sued. Then it's, then it's something like, all right, this is excess, we'll deal with this later. And that might have even been said on the dais. For now, we'll adopt the one that Chino had, then Murrieta, we were the third. So you would have to ask Mr. Gonzalez, Mr. Schwartz, and Mrs. Barclay.
Yeah, I was just curious.
Oh, no, I thought, let's make it our own. Yes, there's a Chino policy, echoing what you just said, and I
Because
thought.
these seem very reasonable to me, and that's hard for me to believe that Mr. Gonzalez would vote these down. but-
Amen.
We were
I
frankly
thought-
very surprised, but that's where he landed because he wanted to go with the structure of what he saw other districts
Yeah, for
do that was
continuity's sake.
viable for
Yeah.
continuity.
So,
All right.
if everyone will look at, so
It wasn't that he was against it, it might have been the timing, maybe this gets added later, to answer your question.
Okay,
Yeah.
and then if everyone will just look at I did do some research and put a lot of time into addressing. So if people look at these ideas of adding them to our current board policy, who else would like to comment?
Can I just finish my 2 minutes now?
Yeah.
It'll be quick.
And then
It's
you're-
not even going to be 2 minutes. I just want to say, and we have a policy on student disturbances. It's a very short policy, but it says students who participate in a campus disturbance shall be subject to disciplinary action in accordance with board policy and administrative regulations. So I guess my question is, does that, whatever that policy in AR is, does our policy punish the kids?
They're marked, I know they're marked.
I don't know how, okay, but, I think that this policy needs to be reworked because I don't know if we can punish the kids for what.
Not for free speech.
Yeah,
They just get marked absent. I remember the whole controversy.
Yeah, I'm just curious about
That was the controversy.
this here. I don't know, because it says shall be subject to disciplinary action in accordance with board policy and AR. So I would like to, at some point, look at that and ask ourselves the question, does our policies punish the kids for, that's their constitutional right to walk out?
I'm sorry, I remember this was going on when it happened, and we didn't know exactly what was going on, and I remember the kids walked out, and the thing that happened was they were marked, Nicole, am I right, they were marked absent for the time, or?
Right. What that policy means is that there's disruptions and there's ed code that follows those disruptions. If a student is walking off campus, even if they had parent permission to do so, if a student was walking, it didn't have parent permission to do so, we would have to treat it the same way we would in a truancy. So the law under a student's First Amendment right in that case is we can treat it as a disruption, but 48900K, which is the ed code for defiance and disruption, is very much the same as a truancy. We wouldn't be able to treat a walkout of a student protest any differently than a student who decided to ditch class for that period.
Yeah, I remember that.
I like to use my 2 minutes after a meal. Did you
Yeah,
already-
that's.
Emil, look at my idea for a policy.
No, I will. And again, and not to, she knows ed code and she knows that's what I do. I rely on these people, so, thank you. All right, I'm done with this.
Can I speak to something real quick before you go again,
Sure.
Dr. K? The one thing I want to mention here too is I agree with a lot of what's been said. I think reworking it and looking at safety issues, because when those walkouts happened, I listened to parents on the back end talk about things that ended up happening, and I know that's probably Mr. Pastor's oversight, and he may want to speak into that in the future. But also, during one of the walkouts, there was a bullhorn used, and it was a lot of noise, and it was there was some trauma among the student body. So it's that tension in respecting the fact that students can use their voices, but also recognizing the fact that there are some safety issues and other things that could be addressed or worked in that are important.
Yeah, and to echo that, the bullhorn violated ed code and penal code. Mr. Barham, so
Joseph,
Just
have
sticking-
you had your twice yet?
I don't think so.
Okay, sorry.
This will be quick too, but I just stuck that whole bullet point. I mean, Brenner's, he specializes in litigation. He's not going to agendize something or have us agendize something that's unconstitutional. But I just stick that whole bullet point and says, is this constitutionally legal? Yes, the described actions are likely legal and constitutionally permissible, especially within the framework of California Education Code 51101. The notification requirements for school rules, student-sponsored protests, and instances of violence or disruption align with established legal principles related to parental involvement in school safety. So we can disagree. I'm just saying, well, you thought it was unconstitutional or borderline unconstitutional. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm saying I stuck that all in there, not like, maybe ChatGPT's wrong, maybe it's not. I'm just saying that, yeah, there's a tension, but I don't think Brenner made a mistake when he agendized this. I think he looked at Ed Code and made sure that this is constitutional, but yeah.
Okay, I'm going to wrap it up real quick. Please look at my idea for a board policy on student walkouts, because I did check California law and Ed Code. And of course, we wouldn't adopt it unless it was. You can't get the parents' permission. So, but we'll look at it. Before we argue it, just look at it. We'll bring it back. Let's move on to. I do want to point out that. I'm going to come back. This meeting tonight, I think, was very successful because we had 5 different opinions and ideas, and we all talked about parental notification. We may not make it on the news. We may not get 10,000 likes on social media. But I think in the end, by working collaboratively, we're going to have a more robust parental notification than any other district. I think we're going to have in the state. I really think with listening to each other's ideas and bringing all of the information, that like I said, we may not be the ones that are shining on TV, but I'm very proud of this board right now.
Yeah.
So
iron sharpening iron. Wait, iron sharpening iron is going to get us a robust policy.
Yeah, and so what I would like to do from here is take all these ideas, because it seems like we're all in consensus that there were great ideas. We just want to know how we're going to implement them. So the Parental Rights and Notification Committee will look at updating existing board policy. If we can't update existing board policy, we have ideas for new policies that won't be, we can get, like I said, I'll write a quick policy and kind of put it out there, but it would be nice to have the cabinet look at it and then have them make their changes, present it to the board for any additional changes, and then have all finalizations done by the attorney. If everyone's okay with that, that's kind of are you okay with that style of? So the next time we could do this, we could take 30 minutes at the workshop and do a special meeting for 30 minutes, and the committee can have some ideas put together for the board to consider. Would you guys like us to set aside time from the workshop for us to do that?
Yeah, because then we can talk about it on the next regular meeting and the special workshops and intermediary.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we can move forward. Okay, so the next thing is the Bridges math update, and there was information in the Friday update that I asked everyone to review, and Kimberly?
Actually, we're inviting up Ms. Para, our elementary curriculum and instruction director.
Ms. Para, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. I know that we were given 3 minutes, but I'd like to request that we have 6 minutes. I just want to make sure I accurately reflect the work we've done this year with Bridges, if that's okay.
Granted, does everyone agree to 6 minutes? Yes, absolutely. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. So as the saying goes, timing is everything, and that was certainly true for our world of elementary math. A very brief timeline of events that led us to this research project with the Math Learning Center and Johns Hopkins University. Our new math framework was finally adopted after several years of delay in July of 2023. In the same year, our 8-year adoption with Pearson Math was expiring. So we knew that we needed to pilot and look at other materials, but the delay in the framework didn't give us that opportunity that we normally would have had. So when we were approached with this opportunity to pilot the 3rd edition of Bridges in Mathematics, it was an opportunity that we wanted to explore because we felt like our instructional resources and materials were no longer meeting the needs of our students. We had already made some initial shifts to align our instruction with the new math framework, and the Bridges in Mathematics curriculum was really closely aligned with the new math framework. So after thoroughly vetting that opportunity, we did enter into a research partnership, a 3-year research partnership with Johns Hopkins University and the Math Learning Center, which is the Bridges elementary curriculum that we are using, the 3rd edition. In our first year, which is this year, half of our schools were invited to join in cohort 1. The purpose of this research was really just to evaluate if the instructional materials that Bridges was putting forth were increasing student achievement for our students. So in year 1, we have a control group. In year 2, we then welcome in all the other elementary schools if they would like to join in this research group. So essentially, the Math Learning Center and Bridges in Mathematics is a nonprofit. So again, their true interest is just in ensuring that the instructional materials we're putting in front of students are increasing math success for our students. So the purpose of this is just to evaluate the efficacy of that 3rd edition of Bridges in Mathematics. And it's a longitudinal study over 3 years because there is typically a lag in data. And so we need that 3-year time to really evaluate if this is making progress for our students. Our work actually began a couple years ago on this project with Dr. Komrosky. We had a desire to make sure that we are partnering with parents from the beginning of introducing new curriculum to our students. Traditionally, in a pilot year, we ask for parent feedback towards the end of the year, but with parents from the very beginning. So we did invite some educational partners to join alongside us, and our work started with them last summer. They were invited to attend the Bridges training that our teachers attended over the summer, and we did have a handful of parents take us up on that. Our subsequent work has really focused on understanding what the new math framework is, the shifts that are required of us, and we've taken a look at some preliminary iReady data. With that parent group, we also co-created 2 feedback surveys so we could learn more information from our parent community about how they'd both like to learn about Bridges and also the impact it has currently had on their students. Okay, I think that was a video, but I'll go ahead and skip over it. Some of the work that came out of our educational partners is just a request to better understand what the new math framework was. The new math framework is a 1,000-page document that we have consolidated into 1 page, just so our parents could better understand the shifts that are required for us in this new math framework. Our parents also asked for the 2nd page, which is the Bridges in Mathematics Companion Guide, so the parents could understand that how the new curriculum from the Bridges is closely aligned with the new math framework. So this has been shared out with our whole parent community as well as all of our teachers, and we've provided some PD on this at all of our school sites as we unpack each of the math chapters. The framework and Bridges are very closely aligned. I've pulled out just a few examples for you to see, but the shifts of really focusing on conceptual understanding, making sure that we have equity and access for all students, simply meaning that every student in the classroom has an entry point and an opportunity to learn math in a different way. It relies heavily on that rich inquiry-based tasks that we've been focusing on for the past several years here in TVUSD. It again relies on those 8 math practice standards that have been part of our current Common Core State Standards, and then they are re-emphasized again with this new math framework. And again, there's heavy reliance on the mathematical discourse in our classrooms, which has really met the needs of all of our students. We do have some preliminary data to share. We have just pulled our iReady data because it is a common metric that all of our students are using. So this first graph is simply showing our data from the winter diagnostic of 23 to the winter diagnostic of 24. You can see that our 2 cohorts of school were very evenly matched. Johns Hopkins University selected the 9 schools that would be in both of those cohorts. So you can see that we had an even playing field to start, but by winter of 24, our students who are experiencing the Bridges curriculum have now increased by 6.2%, and our non-Bridges sites have increased by 0.78%. When we shared this data with Steve Ventura, who works along John Hattie, if you're not familiar with John Hattie, he essentially evaluates instructional strategies and practices and measures their effect size. So anything over an effect size of 0.4 has shown a positive impact on student learning. This data right here is showing an impact size of 0.76, which is quite impressive. It simply means that 75% of the students experiencing the Bridges curriculum are outperforming those who have not. For this school year, I also pulled the fall data to the winter data because this is our current body of students. It's a bit more of an apples to apples comparison. And you can see that the Bridges sites, again, have outperformed the non-Bridges sites by about 5% there. I do want to mention that I've pulled out the kindergarten data because it was an inconsistent metric for us because not all kindergartners took the second diagnostic. So this is just representing our 1st through 5th graders. So our next steps, we are looking forward to supporting 7 more schools as they join us on the Bridges journey for the upcoming year. In closing, I just really quickly want to recognize that I got to present the work tonight, but I want to give a lot of the credit, all of the credit, to our teachers in the classroom, our math coaches, our site leaders. They have been doing the incredible heavy lift, and I know every time I'm in a classroom, a Bridges classroom with math, I'm so excited to see it. I think you've all had that opportunity to experience it and enjoy it as well. So we're really excited about what's to come for elementary math. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Emily. Can I make a comment?
Thank you. Yeah, any questions or comments?
Yeah, I got a comment. I'll map on to what you said. Thank you so much, Emily, for bringing up my work with this, but I got to give a shout out to Mr. Gonzalez. It was me and him and you and Mrs. Lash and Dr. Velez, and I think Mrs. Diaz. This goes back to the summer of 2023. I can't remember all that were involved, but there was a lot. And this goes back to California Ed Code 60002. Each school district shall provide a substantial teacher involvement, check, in the selection of the instructional materials and shall promote the involvement of the parents and other members of the community in selection of the instructional materials. The fact that you gave the shout out, each one of the board members, Mrs. Barclay, Jen, previous to, Danny and then Mr. Schwartz, we all picked one representative parent from the community to be involved in this very thing happening before us, and I'm really, really stoked. We see it in real time. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Just real quickly, I was sat on the committee for a while, and it was really good. The best part was going into classrooms and seeing what the students were doing. Watching kindergarten kids estimate and round off was just something that, I don't remember that being taught in that lower grade. And I know initially the teachers said it was a very heavy lift. There was a lot of work involved, but the second and third time that I saw them, they were all saying they felt that the work that they put in was worth it for the way that children were progressive. And I give credit to you. And I know Anna's sitting back there really quietly, but I know she's part of it. But most of all, the teachers for putting in the effort to get things going, and I think it's going to be really well done for our kids and our district.
So I understand that this aligns with state standards. I'm going to be devil's advocate a little bit here. What have you seen in terms of students having enough time for computation, working through problems? I know Mr. Barham and I, back in the day, discussed the issues with math, right? Having the big conceptual ideas and being able to talk through things and then actually being able to do the math. And our scores have reflected differently in several areas across the last couple of years. I know you say this is a 3-year plan. Do you see anything else that needs to come beside this particular program that might need to address something that's not currently there? And then 2, I know teachers have had a huge amount of time in trying to prep for the tests. I've listened to some of that, and I know there's that hurdle you have to get through, but where are things now? And then do you see a buffer coming in just to address, are we doing enough math problems, as opposed to talking about it in groups for too long?
We certainly recognize that there's a time and place for everything, and computational fluency is really important for our students. So things like memorizing their times tables is still very much important for students to understand the math and what's happening. But we're just trying to find an appropriate balance. We talk a lot about our students going from the concrete to the abstract, and making sure that they understand what's actually happening with the math before we just jump to that standard algorithm and plugging in different problems. We also recognize that within our state standards too, the standard algorithm truly doesn't even come until the end of 4th grade, early 5th grade. So we're really relying more on really developing that conceptual understanding so that by the time the students do understand the algorithm and they understand how to do the computation, they have the background and understanding, because truly the math framework wants kids to be problem solvers and engaged and think about real world context. And so if we just jump to that procedural fluency every time, it doesn't give them the opportunity to engage in problem solving outside of the classroom. So we are leaning into that. We're recognizing that there's time for both of those things. With the first year of implementation, because it is a research project, we did ask our teachers to implement it with integrity and follow it as closely as they could. But we trust our teachers as professionals and practitioners. And so after they have this year of understanding under their belt, we imagine that they are going to start to kind of add some things that they feel like are missing. And we certainly support that work because our teachers know best in how to support our students. So this year of learning, the data that we'll receive at the end of the year will be really telling, because we're always monitoring things and making appropriate adjustments to make sure all of our kids are getting what they need. So I wasn't able to share our final diagnostic data with you yet, but we'll certainly share that as it comes. A lot of our students are taking CASP first, and so they haven't taken the last diagnostic yet, but we're excited to look at that data to inform next year. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to give a shout out to Anna. I see you sitting back there as well. I know there's a lot of work. It's getting late. Yeah, like Mr. Schwartz, I've been to many classrooms that have this Bridges program, and I've seen the highlights of the collaborative work with student groups, and then the front part of the classroom. Dr. Woods, I'm drawing a blank, that part of it, what is it called, where they all gather around that calendar.
The number
and there's a
corner.
theme.
The number corner.
Yeah, the number corner, which is fun. And I think that's really awesome. And as a fellow educator, it is a burden when you have to try to adopt a new curriculum. And I've been in the bat caves with teachers with Dr. Woods, where some of the teachers are not so happy and they're very frustrated. So I step back and suspend judgment and say, look, this is going to be hashed out with the teachers behind the scenes. Some don't like it, some do like it. And I get it. Then there's a continuity factor, K through 5 versus middle school, and then the handoff, and what does that look like? So I appreciate all the hard work, and I appreciate hearing the tension points, which most of the community doesn't get to hear in the bat cave with Dr. Woods. So a lot of good work. We'll see where it goes.
When I go in a classroom, I usually go straight to the number corner to see if I can figure out the patterns. And I oftentimes can't, and I have to invite a student up to come explain it to me. And our students are so articulate, and they are able to see patterns and make connections in ways that we just simply weren't taught as the adults in the room. So it has been hard, even for myself, to look at some of the instruction happening and try to make sense of it. But our kids, when we take a step back, they really lean into it, and our kids have really become the experts in a lot of ways. But it has been an incredible lift for our teachers, and we do recognize that.
I did see something. I don't know if it was Abby Rank. Oh, I had 20 seconds left. I don't know if it was Abby Ranker or Crown Hill. I remember seeing third graders doing algebra. And I'm like, what am I looking at right? Way ahead of the curve. And I don't know if that was related to Bridges, but if it was, no.
It was.
Yeah, wow.
Okay, Dr. Woods.
Yeah, we recognize it's been a hard lift, no doubt, on the part of our teachers, but it takes a lot of courage to take on something new, and I do believe that a second year in a program like this will make a world of difference. And I'm noticing the vocabulary from the students too. I'm not used to that level of vocabulary for that age child, so something's going on there in that conversation that's pretty incredible.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right, next we have secondary grading practices and math update.
Good evening.
How much time were you anticipating?
Thank
Yeah.
you. Appreciate that. I think I can do it in 6 minutes, if
Okay,
I can have 6 minutes.
6 minutes, okay.
Okay, good evening. I appreciate the opportunity tonight to talk about a different aspect of mathematics than was just presented by Ms. Parra. Mathematics itself, as we know, is a very dynamic discipline with a lot of systems that are needed in order to support student achievement. So this particular graphic shows a lot of the different systems that are in place within our math discipline in TVUSD. We're only tonight, in these 6 minutes, going to be focused on the little yellow one in the bottom corner down there. And we're going to focus on grading practices at the high school level, particularly in the 3 classes that are our base in high school: Algebra 1, Algebra 2, and Geometry. So grades serve a number of purposes. Tonight in this presentation, we're only going to focus on one of the purposes that grades serve, and that is the idea that a grade in a course should effectively evaluate and communicate what students know and are able to do in relation to the standards of that course. So keep that in mind, that idea in mind, as we walk through this presentation. So that takes us to, then, what's in a math grade in TVUSD? What composes being able to communicate how students know, what students know and are able to do in relation to the standards for that particular course? So in our school district, when you take Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2, and you kind of lump them together in a 6-minute presentation, you get some of this information. One, our grades in TVUSD for those courses have categories in them, which I'll speak to in a minute. They have assessments that have policies around them, such as how many times might a student be able to take an assessment in order to show that they have reached at least minimal proficiency. And they also have policies around assignments and when those assignments can be turned in. As a school district, one of our systems is to try and calibrate those policies across our district so as to calibrate grades and be able to effectively analyze and communicate student understanding. If you look at the one on the left, gradebook categories, this is a combination, an amalgamation of all of our Geometry, Algebra 1, and Algebra 2 courses. And when you look at those together, you see that the vast majority of those grades fall in the assessment category. 65 to 80% fall in the assessment category, 65 to 80% of the grade. In terms of assignments, 10 to 30% of the total grade. In terms of district assessments, common assessments, which I'll talk about in a minute, 5 to 10% of the district grade. We have each one of our high school campuses, the geometry team at each high school calibrates their own grades together so that they are built of the same percentages. The ranges I just gave you are across the entire district and across 3 different courses. We also look at how many times students can retake assessments. We look at what it does if a student turns something in late, and we work on calibrating those, which I'll talk about here shortly. So this particular graphic shows that because so much of our course grades rely upon assessment, it's important that we have a plan for what assessment is and what falls into assessment. And so if you work on the y-axis from the top down to the bottom, you're going to go from the most summative type of assessment, like CASP, to the least summative or formative, like daily assessments that teachers are giving, quizzes, and checks of understanding. Remember that the bottom, and then in between those two, would be coordinated assessments across the district that every student in every course have to take. And then you also have, at the end of each unit, assessments that they take. Remember that when you look at the colors here, the bottom 3 tiers make up anywhere from 70% to 90% of a student's total grade. So we're basing the grade on whether or not they know and are able to do what they need to do based on the course standards. This is an example of a system that we run for common benchmark assessments. And this example I pulled because it's important to understand that we are constantly communicating as math teachers in this district, where we come together to talk about whether or not our grading practices are actually representative of what students know and are able to do. This example is in that 3rd tier on the prior graphic, common district benchmark assessments, twice a year, once in the spring and once in the fall. Our teachers, every single teacher of Algebra 1, every single teacher of Geometry, every single teacher of Algebra 2, on separate days, come together to discuss the assessment that they all give, because it's the same assessment, how they score it. They score it in common. They talk about whether it's working or not working, where students are struggling and not struggling. that helps us calibrate our grading, and then it also helps us to calibrate the assessments in the light blue and the green that fall underneath that they're serving students well so that they can perform in the assessments that come above them in the tiers. As I'm in my last minute, we have a lot of structures to support this type of work. We have site systems, we have district systems, and we have support personnel that support it. Site systems, 2 to 3 times a month, teachers on Wednesday afternoon meet for an hour to talk within their teams on whether or not their grades and the way that they're grading and the assessments are actually serving their students well. We have on some sites full release days that are funded for these teams to get together and do that work as well. At the district level, we have an internal curriculum that has pacing calendars that all teachers will follow in each course. They have unit planning organizers that teachers plan out of and that give the essential standards in each one of the units. We have common benchmarks that I just talked about. We also have curriculum design days where twice a year our teachers come together and design the curriculum together. We have the grading calibration days that I talked about as well. All this is supported through the work of a district TOSA, site math specialists, and trained site administrators who are trained on just this one assessment or system, in mathematics. Last slide. Our curriculum design team meets twice a year, as I said. Our next meeting is on May 23rd. They meet twice a year, and I think it's a really important point. This is not something that was created at the onset of the Common Core, and now we just say, now just do it. This is something that was created at the onset of Common Core, and we continue twice a year to come together and make sure it's still serving us and to amend it and to evaluate it and to make sure that it's working. We meet again on May 23rd. I think it's really important that we acknowledge that in that meeting, we are going to make sure that we're prepared for the 25-26 school year. We are also going to discuss very specific topics in relation to grading, such as, how are we doing without having a D grade in mathematics? How is that working? What is that causing us to do? Is it causing anything like grade inflation? Is it not? These conversations we'll have with representative teachers across our district in each one of these grade levels. We will also talk about late work policies and make sure that we're calibrating those, and we'll also talk about assessment retake policies and make sure we're calibrating those. I think it was 7 minutes. I apologize. Any questions?
I'm enjoying working with you in this subcommittee because you challenge me, and I appreciate that. Again, I mean, what Mr. Schwartz and I think the rest of the team here are looking for, again, and I think we're getting there, is I think we agreed that we're going to report out in July. Correct. Answer those questions. How are we doing what are we doing and how are we doing to curb grade inflation? If it exists, and you're gonna discuss the D grade and the impacts that having no D has on our our students and our math teachers. And I think Mr. Schwartz asked, when you come back in terms of the D grade, whether it's we need the D grade or we don't, that we're bringing that back with evidence. Correct?
Right. Yeah, it's been a pleasure working with you, Joe and Emil. And we're not trying to dictate anything. We're trying to make sure that what we have in place works for everybody, and that's why we're so interested in the input of the staff. It is challenging working with you. It is very challenging.
I don't know how to take that.
Because you are so much closer to what's going on. I've been out of the classroom for a while, so you're much closer to the standards in Common Core and the stuff that's going on. I mean, I taught algebra, and we had a state exam at the end of the year, and you could fail everything that went on all year, but if you passed the Regents in New York, you took it too. If you passed the Regents, you passed the class. It didn't matter if you missed every day. So we're trying to eliminate that. We're also trying to, as I said to Emil the other day, he's such a nice kid. I should really give him a C. He tries so hard. He's a nice kid and he tries hard, great. But if he hasn't done the work, he gets an F, and he gets to do it over again and make sure he's ready to move on. And that's really especially important for me, because grading can't be nebulous. It has to be concrete and I appreciate all the work that you put into it. And thank you, Dr. Velez, too, for helping out.
I have a question, and if you hit this already, I'm sorry. I know, Dr. Komrosky, when you originally brought this up, we talked about a survey, and then that night, we discussed how maybe the committee would meet first and things would be done and the survey would come later. Did you mention that here? Is that going to be part of any aspect of this process and where we land?
I didn't mention it here, and it has been mentioned in our subcommittee meetings. Our next step is on the 23rd of May. We're going to meet with representative members of each one of the 3 courses that I represented tonight at the high school level. And we are going to have discussion on that day as they represent their departments. They'll be coming prepared to talk about the D grade and the impacts it has on their ability to evaluate what students know and are able to do. And so we're starting with that conversation before we go to whatever the next step, which is to kind of widen out the scope of information that we're gathering.
Okay.
And so they're going to take the conversation that we have back to their sites and have conversation there, and then we'll bring it back again. And then I will be reporting out, as my understanding, again this summer, probably in July, on what our progress has been.
Great, thank you. I would appreciate
thank
that
you for the
aspect
question.
being somewhere along the timeline.
Yep.
Thanks, Mr. Balawag, for your presentation, especially doing it, the Herculean task of doing it in the time that you did. Yeah, and since the board's here, especially the subcommittee, I would highly advise a survey. I know you guys are meeting. This is just me telling you, maybe principals, teachers, maybe even parents. So there's a robust report out, but that's my contribution to that. But yeah, thank you so much for presenting.
Thank you.
Dr. Anderson, I'd just like to thank the committee, Mr. Schwartz and Mr. Barham, for working with Mr. Balawag. And I know this is a really complex, very heavy-duty conversation in regards to this. So there is so much more to come, but I want to thank Mr. Balawag and Ms. Para for having those 6-minute presentations, but we know it's so much deeper than that, so there's more to come. So thank you.
Okay, so the next item, did everyone review the board planning calendar that was presented? I think it looks good. Is there anybody that is opposed to the board planning calendar or wants to make changes? I think we could summarize. Okay. Okay, Mr. Barham?
Yeah, I was thinking, because this is a first read for this, right?
Yeah, will you pull up the board
Yeah,
planning
it's a first
calendar?
read. And I was thinking I'd like to have some kind of a report on discipline and bullying from Mrs. Deus someplace in 25 or 26, preferably. I mean, discipline and bullying as it relates to to this year. That's just ending, just some data on that.
About statistics?
No, just where we are
Oh,
with
that's what I
discipline
mean.
policies and bullying and that sort of thing. Just, I think
the
that's important.
parents-
The parents need to hear about that. So we
Okay.
need to stick that in somewhere. We'll
Is-
figure it out.
Is there anything else, any other changes to the board planning
Just a
calendar?
point of reference, we have not completed our governing board handbook, and I'm seeing that in January 2026. We need to complete ours. And if there's no additional things that need to be added, at least a one-way communication to where all 5 board members signed off what we did at the last workshop, we need to complete that. So that we added a couple things.
There was a reason that we were waiting. We're just waiting for some other stuff to wrap up.
But we
I
are
don't-
going to be completing
We
that?
will be
Yes.
completing
All right.
that.
Yeah.
We've got a lot of workshops
Yeah.
and whatnot planned.
Where are we going?
Okay,
What's
so
next?
then, will that be a second read?
We'll do a second read,
Okay,
and then hopefully
perfect.
nobody has any issues. We just vote on it.
Can I ask that we do 1 minute per subcommittee? Now, the next item on the agenda is a report out of board subcommittees. Can we do 1 minute?
I agree.
Okay, because I'm starting to get hit. Okay, thank you. Can I start with the parental rights and notification subcommittee? Yeah, I am serious.
Okay.
Because
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Okay, go
And
ahead.
I probably need more than 1 minute. I just, real quick, with everything that we went over tonight, I want to know your opinion, Emil, because you and I have worked on a lot of things. We've spent many hours on this. Could we suspend that committee for one meeting? So, and then would the board be interested? We had so many ideas presented, but now we have to organize them. And I want to know if we have to organize them without violating the Brown Act. So we can't communicate all together, but we can work one-on-one. And I think the board has seen that I have put 20 to 40 hours in of research trying to find out ed code and policy.
What about me?
And, well, 40, when I say I mean committee. So many times I say I, and then I'm like, I mean committee, but I know. We've done so much work on it. So I'm wondering if, you know, I'm more interested, you're more interested in bridges and that. I'm asking if you would let me work with each individual that presented.
Yes.
And so what we're going to do is, I would like board, but now I need the individuals to know, like, Dr. Komorowski, I presented an idea for a policy for the student walkouts. So we have probably like 20 different policies that we need to amend. Some of them with one word. We just need to add this word. And like I said, some of them we need to write a whole new policy. So would the board, we'll suspend the parental rights and notification, and then what I need to know is.
Not dissolve it, just suspend it.
Just suspend it for now. But here's the thing, it's easy because Dr. Komorowski, you had your 4 bullet points, and then I gave you my comments on those. That is an easy one. Like, we could work together because you hadn't worked for over a year, or 2. You haven't worked with Mrs. Wiersma for 2 years on that. So you and I could work on that together, and I call that Dr. Komorowski's stuff or Joseph's stuff. Would you be willing to, like, look at the language with me and communicate about how we could either implement it or create a new policy for those 4 bullet points that you put on the agenda?
All right, I mean this respectfully, so if this is yes, then yes. Are you wanting to work with me or tell me what you want to do and then hope that I agree with you? Because if you want to work with me, yes. Like, it might be iron sharpening an iron, but I'd rather do it in person, not through email, because that's.
Okay, because if I wanted to just get my own way, I could just keep it in the committee and I feel like I could get the majority behind me, but I want us to work collaboratively. So me saying I want to work with you means I want your input. You put these on the agenda. I don't want the committee just to take it away and say, like, this is what we want to do with it and this is what you're stuck with. So that's why I'm introducing, we're going to temporarily suspend the committee, and I won't work with, and in fact, I didn't even work with Emil on any of that information. So you and I will work on those. The next one is.
What I was going to say is, do you agree to meet in person at the district office? Because that's what I would want to do,
Yeah,
not
yeah,
through
that's
email.
fine. I don't care.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's do that.
And then the next one is, Mrs. Wiersma, the topic of mixed-use spaces, you submitted that with the CSBA language. Would you, if we are not going to, we have worked on our policy, but I want to suspend any of that because now we have to marry it. Would you be willing to work with me on mixed-use spaces? Okay, so that would be, and then we still need Steve to hold the fort up with, or I'm sorry, Mr. Schwartz. I still need you to hold the fort up, and if anyone emails you or responds to you on existing policy or anything.
I'll share it with you.
Yeah, if you can just keep track of that. Eventually, we're going to have someone help us get that on the website. And the last is the change of record, Chino. There's, mental health. That would be Dr. Komorowski and myself. So we're going to do Joseph's stuff and what I call Joseph's stuff and mental health, because we both submitted mental health. So I just want to make sure that as I introduce what I think should be amendments to these policies, that you have a conversation in it, and then we'll present it to the board. We've been working together, but on our mental health, but now it's different because yours is not the same as ours. So we need to just have a whole new one.
So just print them out, meet in person, and hash it out.
When we meet at the office, we're going to do your 4 bullet points and mental health.
Right.
And then Mrs. Weirs and I, we'll do mixed-use spaces, and then we'll look at the breakdown of the change of record that Chino had together, and we'll just kind of see where we're at with what the committee had come up with, but now we have a second idea. So the committee is temporarily suspended for 1 month, and then I'll work with you and not with you for a month.
That's fine.
Okay. Because I want to make sure we don't violate the Brown Act.
Well,
on
there's some
that.
collaboration, so yeah.
Yeah,
I'm on
but
board.
it's different now because
Yeah.
you brought different stuff than I brought, and he brought, and Steve brought all the existing. So now we have and then you didn't bring what Dr. Komorowski. So I just feel like we've got a lot of moving parts. Let's just organize it. Okay, that's it. And where subcommittees. That was
right.
my subcommittee.
Thank you.
I'm going to make a list of those. So.
Okay, Special Ed Subcommittee. We had a second meeting. We spent our time identifying the challenges staff face in doing their best work, as well as identifying and analyzing current safety concerns in the workplace. And with this said, I'm going to turn this over to Mrs. Diaz to report out about those challenges and concerns.
Thank you. We've talked a lot about the transition planning focus for next year, beginning the year by exploring current transition meeting plans across the school sites and ensuring alignment and effective best practices. We did speak a lot about safety, and we know that that's also something that will be discussed in different venues in this upcoming year as well, but came up with best practices that are working well through multiple perspectives, based on the fact that multiple perspectives in the room are saying this is working well. So how can we share those as best practices across the district for our administration? We really looked at increased and community family engagement, again, even in the lens of working with our families through those topics. Training scenario development, which we're going to discuss on Thursday in more detail, and just looking at progress and the inclusive participation of the team. We're pleased with the committee's progress, and we're really proud of the diverse lenses among the individuals in the room, and we're really strengthening that collective insight and impact with the plans that we have moving forward.
Very good. Thank you. Dr. Woods, how are we doing with accountability and goals and the culture of success?
We're doing well. We've gained the feedback we needed, made adjustments. We've created a draft document of the superintendent's evaluation, and I took the liberty to also create an evaluation document for the board.
Yes, I know that. I saw it, and I love it.
That came from a set of national standards. So the next step now is we're going to need to meet and go over everything, and we have to put together our presentation. We would like to present to the community in a special meeting, and that's all we're going to do is talk about the accountability goals
And the culture of
and
success.
the culture of success for this district, driving it forward for the next 10 years or so.
And the way that you're telling the story so far, from what I hear, has been great. So,
Yeah, I've been getting great feedback, and it, some of it resonates certainly with groups of people and students. So we're on the right track. I'm convinced of that. We just got to wrap up these documents and get things rolling and get it presented. And I know, is this the place where I should ask about our date? I know Dr. Komorowski is struggling with our date in July. We proposed July 1st as a possible presentation date, but I'm not sure that's going to work. I think our board meeting is July 22nd-ish,
I
something
would
around.
prefer right after July 22nd. I usually take road trips to Texas for that whole entire time, right before July 1st, all the way up to that board meeting, maybe a day or two before it.
Can we do it before July 1st?
it's going to be tough. We're not ready to do that.
Can you attend via Zoom?
I don't want to, especially since I was on the subcommittee with Emil. No way.
Can we
I
get
want to be in
everything
person.
in writing for him so that he can review it?
We're probably going to have to meet.
Let's meet and talk about it.
Okay.
Let's do that.
All right, as a
Let's-
subcommittee.
Yeah, let's do that.
And then we'll
Let's-
try to
let's just
hammer out a
meet.
date.
We'll figure out something. Let's just meet and do it together, the three of us.
Okay, yeah, I just don't want to attend by Zoom.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll figure it out.
I don't blame you.
Yeah.
Especially since it's a subcommittee we worked on together.
No, I get it, totally.
Okay.
Okay, so budget, Mr. Schwartz and I attended LCAP and special ed department budget meetings. The special ed budget development is much more complex than I ever would have thought, right? Absolutely. Yeah. We are still in a state of fluctuation until the governor finalizes where tax revenues finally land May 19th. At the board level, it seems as if our board priorities based on our private responses land on academic excellence and student achievement. Personally, I'm happy about this regarding we did have choices. We do continue to talk together, Executive Cabinet, Superintendent, and the Budget Subcommittee regarding our budgeting philosophies. I think it's safe to say that values, people, student achievement, and how these three interrelate guide our budgeting decisions. We consider every department, every program, and actually every employee as we move forward. Our processes are very careful and deliberate and not broad, like proclaiming we need 10% cuts across the spectrum. This approach is lazy, does not promote academic excellence and student achievement. I continue to be impressed by the process. We execute collaboratively to build our budget and support all of our stakeholders.
Any other?
I agree.
Yeah.
All right.
Did
is
Mr.
it-
Barham already report out the goals and accountability when I was in the restroom?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
Okay. Is there any other committees?
I think we're done. I mean,
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
Wait.
Oh.
We have the ethnic
So
studies.
I just want to give a shout out to Melissa Chai, our new student board member. Mr. Schwartz was actually there that day. I had a work conflict, so I couldn't be there to shake her hand. But I know you were there, and it was an awesome video that Mr. Evans put together. So that's going to change up some things in the fall. And I was so impressed reading through her information. So just want to say congratulations there.
It was great because not only was she happy, all her classmates applauded and gave her all kinds of, and she was basically speechless for like 15 minutes, clutching the certificate and the flowers that we gave her. It was really nice, and it's great that the petition came from Chaparral, and the first student to get elected was from Chaparral, and they had the impetus of getting a student board member, and I think it's going to be really good.
Okay, I just wanted to report on the ethnic studies.
Yes.
Real quick, we decided, me and Mrs. Wiersma met with Mrs. Ridkin last week, and Dr. Velez, I know you couldn't make the meeting, but you were behind the scenes, and basically we decided to put a pause on the standalone ethnic studies course because there's 5 modules. There's a few that have enough supplemental material. There's a couple that don't. And then the teachers are requesting a standalone book, so we decided to put a pause on it and do a meeting in September. We have the Ethnic Studies Subcommittee alive. We'll meet in September. We'll reassess, potential book. But at least now we have the 2 VAPA Ethnic Studies, which is good. And it satisfies in AB 101, even if we didn't have to have it. It's proactive and it's awesome. So that's where we're at.
I'll just add again, shout out to Amy Ricken and the team for looking at this material. We spent a lot of time together. It was really a beautiful thing. Looking at what material we could bring forward that brings joy and diversity and understanding one another. And, back in 2022, when we came out talking about CRT, it was for a specific reason. And it's because this course, should it come to fruition, is going to be beautiful. And our students will really enjoy it. So we'll see where the state goes. We've got VAPA now, and hopefully we'll continue working in the future.
Any other subcommittees?
No.
No. All right. We're going to move on to general public comments. How many general public comments do we have? We have 5. All right.
Up is Josh, followed by Greg Langworthy.
Out of all of the different notifications that you guys discussed, I agreed with 95% of them. They're like the list that they came up with. I mean, it was excellent. I do take exception to one specific one, the records change policy. I just think that's a Trojan horse, that if you have a student wanting to modify their official or unofficial record and their parents get notified via email that they want to be identified as a different gender, I mean, that's a terrible way to find out. To at least have a person call. But even that, it really should be up to the student. And to just give you an example of, like, I'll tell you a quick story about myself. I was with my family at a Mennonite conference. You can figure out that when you're on your own. And I locked the keys in the van, and I was terrified of my father. Now, he is a kind man. He has never abused me. Kind of loving in the moment he actually came to the van. But the terror of what I thought was going to happen was very, very real. I could only imagine that some of these children that are trying to figure themselves out, because they do suffer from gender dysphoria, but it's a product of things happening in their body that they don't understand. What they need is somebody to talk to. So isolating these children is going to make them feel that, well, I'll just say it the hard way. Suicide ends at the end of that road. When you isolate children to where they don't have somebody, and maybe it's not their parents. My oldest, told you guys the story before, told me, you know, Dad, I'm not really a she, her, I'm more of a they, them. I wasn't the first one she told. I said she and they. It was actually her grandparents. It took them 4 months. It took them 4 months before they told me. I still love them. But they were afraid of me. As friendly as I am to LGBTQ people, they were not okay with it right initially. They needed to talk to an adult first. I think you're just trying to rebottle box wine in a different label and trying to sell it as parental notification. Please take that one part out of it. The elephant in the room is that trans people nationally are under attack. I work with trans people in the military that are now being kicked out. We don't need to be doing policies here locally attacking these kids. They need to feel safe and loved. Thank you.
Greg Langworthy, followed by David Sola.
So I'm going to echo Josh. I really appreciate the work that you guys are doing on parental notification, so I appreciate that and think the discussion was really good tonight. I did have that proposed policy that Harold and I brought forth last time for resolving conflicts. And now I realize that you guys took that off the agenda. So all I would like to know is why it was taken off the agenda. Probably two things. Do you think it's not necessary, or did you have some objections with the policy in particular? So I'd just like you to give me that input so Harold and I know what your thinking was. The reason why we proposed the policy is because it is not comfortable to deal with personal conflicts, and I know that. I dealt with that when I was a high school teacher. We would often have to deal with students. Yes, I know you don't want to talk to that person, but no, that's what you need to do. And we would try to give them a level of conviction. I taught at a Christian school, so we would use the Matthew 18 protocol because that would give them the conviction, well, if you get an issue with that person, you got to go talk to that person first before you come talk to me. Now, if you're uncomfortable talking with them, I'll go with you, but that conversation needs to happen. And the reason that's important is to prevent misunderstanding, because oftentimes a misunderstanding communicated to somebody else really creates conflict in the whole community. And that's how we tried to put fires out in the high school, was trying to not spread rumors, make sure you get to the bottom of the story before you talk to another person. And just that protocol, which is what this policy is, helps create a better atmosphere in the school. And so I think it would help on the school board as well. So that's why we brought that policy forward, just like your input. You know, why did you think it wasn't a good idea? And if there's some additions or subtractions or whatever, I'd like to get that input from you. So appreciate the work that you guys are doing, and I agree it was a very successful board meeting tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
David Sola, followed by Sarah.
Good evening. David Sola again. I just wanted to cover a couple topics really quickly. The first is that, yes, there were some encouraging signs tonight where we're able to get past whatever time frame you want to put on it, that we've had struggles, and talk about what's going on today and what's going to happen tomorrow. So I appreciate that. But it's not just about talking, and it's not just about ideas. You got to put in the work. And I bring that up because at the previous board meeting, there was a lot of work that was put into making sure that a certain demographic in the community was heard, but it was all based on rage, anger. This is something that's against you. And we got to get away from this as a society. I mean, the entire country is this way. I don't care if you're left or right leaning. I don't care. This whole idea that I'm not going to listen to them because it's us versus them, that's rage culture. It is not an us versus them. It's all of us against whatever these problems are. So I do appreciate the talk and the ideas, but I want to know, what are you going to do? These policies, I get it. They come from a good place. Parents should be notified about certain things. We know that. But what are you going to do to enforce that? Because I don't know if any of you have ever worked in any type of business operations, but it's not just about what comes from the research and development team. You got to execute. And what I notice is that all of that talk that happened at the last board meeting about this religious forum that was taking place, there was a lot of anger. There was a lot of people in the community that were angry. And there were a lot of differences up here in opinion, which is fine. But you all had an opportunity to go to that forum. So how many of you actually went? A couple of you did, okay. But those of you that were angry and upset at the conversation, I hope that you see that as an opportunity to really put in the work. Because if you don't, I'm going to come up here and I'm going to bring it up every single time. Show up and do the work instead of just getting people angry or just being angry. Do the work. That's all we're asking you to do. Thank you.
Sarah, followed by Upney.
Hello. My name's Sarah Bell. I'm a parent, community member, spent a lot of time with teenagers, and substitute teacher in the district. As you proceed with the discussion tonight on parental rights, I do want to echo Mr. Schwartz's statement that school districts should not assume the role of parents. I deeply value the parental rights afforded to me in this district. I've been a parent in the district for 14 years, and my concerns have consistently been heard and addressed by teachers, administrators, and district office staff. And I appreciate the level of communication I receive. I mean, when we're on break, I'm looking at my phone and I have email notifications of every time my student's grade changed. And a couple weeks ago, we were notified promptly about the threat of a school shooting at one of the middle schools. And the next morning, it was very well handled, very, I had several people say, oh, you let your kid go to school? I said, it's the safest day to go to school. They're aware. You could see the police presence. So I definitely think that you guys are doing that right. Make some modifications as you see fit. But the other thing I want to talk about is how many times I've heard somebody say tonight that they don't want to target transgender students. And as I said, I spend a lot of time with teenagers, and I have some information I'd like you to listen to and consider. The state of California protects every student's right, students in school, in our public schools, to use the facility that aligns with their gender identity, regardless of what's listed on their school records. I looked into this in that, do you know that you can change your birth certificate with the state of California Public Health by making a statement, 2-page form, and paying a $26 fee. So there's no court order needed to do that. So when a student registers with the school district, you really don't know what gender they were assigned at birth. And as I thought the strip search addition was probably unnecessary, I've never thought that my student would possibly be strip searched by the school district. I was fairly confident that wasn't going to happen. I would be really upset if a school district employee was going to verify my student's gender by physical examination. I need you to consider this when you're thinking about your policies. You really don't know. And I know that I tell myself as a substitute teacher, I say to myself, I don't need to know their medical records or who they have a crush on to be a good teacher to them. And obviously medical records have a different connotation, but I mean in that sense. So please consider that. Our transgender teens really don't feel safe at school. And we need to protect them, not further exclude them and isolate them. Thank you.
Speaker, Upnate.
Hello, good evening. I'm going to go back to my band room again. I came here 3 years ago for the band room, and I'm very disappointed today with certain no votes. When you vote no on surveys for bonds, that means you don't care that the kids are crowded, there are leaky roofs in the school, and especially disappointing, or I would say was rather annoying, is the CFD votes. You voted yes on this on 13th June 2023 on action item 7, and then you voted yes on this on 23rd July 2024 on action item 7, 8, and 9. There was a lot of questioning. I even remember the actual commenters, public comments who were given. How you file your taxes, what deduction you can take, that has got nothing to do with the school district. If you want to find out, read a personal finance book. This has got nothing to do when you vote here as a board trustee. Yes, you can have personal issues, and I love doing taxes. I've been made fun of that. I could give you a lot of details of how, what deduction is, what a standard deduction is, and why, most people take standard deductions. But this is not something that you should be, bringing up during a discussion of passing a resolution, which is pretty routine. There's nothing, really special about it, and you've done it twice before. Then the next thing I had was I saw a lot of people struggle about how to comment on a document and how to do it. Maybe in the working sessions you can use Google Docs because you can keep history as you're changing stuff. This is my comment, that comment, and it sometimes it's easier to write it out. That was my second thing that I was saying, when you do it, and maintaining history kind of shows, and then when you're finally done, and you're taking a vote, if you want to amend it or whatever, you can bring it up and it'll clearly show who's written what and what the idea is. Then another thing was which was brought up, which kind of makes my hackles really rise, oh, let's just give it to the lawyer, let them figure it out. I'm glad we're not doing that because by nature, humans are lazy. The easiest format the information is presented in, the best outcome you'll get out of it. It's that simple. Another, it is more of a question, who can edit records in Infinite Campus? I would think other than an administrator or somebody, I don't think because software management rights, this is something and then there is something that I read up on that there is a mandatory part of a student record and then there are others. And mandatory record is required in a certain state by the state of California. So this is something I will email and ask this question so I can get details on this. And the last thing is an offer to Mr. Barham. You want to know, I have an 8th grader sitting here who loves social studies. Any social studies related question you have, she would love to tell you anything you want to ask. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I love that.
Do we have negotiations update?
Sure, Dr. Anderson. We'll be meeting with TVA tomorrow, May 14th. We'll also meet with TVA for the subcommittee related to neutral classroom and staff conduct regarding sensitive topics on May 21st. And we meet with CSEA for negotiations on May 30th. And that's it for me, Dr. Anderson. Thank you.
Okay. Will you schedule an appointment to meet with me before the 21st?
Absolutely.
Okay. We're at board comments. I'm going to make no comments. Is everybody ready for their comments?
I'm a no comment tonight as well.
No comment?
I'll be real fast. Some of the, I did go to that IB class that was sponsored by the, I forget the name, Islamic Network Group. They had 3 scholars, a Hindu scholar, a Buddhist scholar, and a Muslim scholar, all people who went to top colleges. I was there with Emil, and Dr. Velez, and a parent. And those people were amazing. All they did was talk about their personal experience with their religion. And the kids asked great questions. Like one child asked, well, if you married someone who was not of your religion, what would happen? How would your parents react? The students were totally involved. The teacher was amazing. They were just wonderful, just talking about their own personal experiences. And I'm sorry that the people who came here weren't able to experience it, but it was great. A couple of things that I did. I went to the Unified Prom. I want to thank Abby Huth for inviting me. It was amazing. Nicole was there with me. The kids were amazing. The parents were amazing. Got a chance to talk to a lot of the parents about their children and how they're doing. And it was just a wonderful, wonderful experience. Also went to Great Oak for the Folklorico Festival. They had dancers and singers from Paris, Murrieta, Temecula, and one other, I forget the other school district, doing traditional dances, and it was really great. And, I just want to thank TVHS Culinary for providing the food yesterday for Dollars for Scholars. Always amazing. They do a great job. The students are so proud of what they did, and most of them said they really want to go on and be in that business, something to do with hospitality. I thought that was great. And that's it.
Mrs. Wiersma.
So tonight, I just want to thank those who put together the Crystal Apple Awards. It's always a joy to go there and see our teachers recognized and have the students give shout outs to the people that mean the most to them. Madeline Green from Chaparral and Alicia Larson from TVHS sang for good, and it was breathtaking. It was beautiful, and definitely a celebration of our student talent, their dedication to the district, and also to recognizing our teachers, which was a perfect way to kick off Teacher Appreciation. So that was definitely a highlight for me, and I know in the future Dr. Komrosky and I will talk further about Washington, D.C. and what we gleaned out there, but I know it's been a long meeting. I lost my best friend of 35 years to cancer this weekend, and I just want to thank you, those of you who are here, those of you who have listened to us go through things. It's just been an emotional time for me, but just know that I'm grateful for a lot of things that are going on here at TVUSD, and I look forward to sharing more about what we took from that trip and how we hope to continue to work here among the student body and advocate for things that are really important to us.
Dr. Anderson, I did want to say something real quick. I'll report out on the CSBA trip next meeting when I have more energy, but I will say, yes, the Crystal Apple Awards was really, really awesome. Shout out. There's a lot of leadership skills taught there, Christ-like attributes and virtues that they embody. It's really cool stuff. But the singing at the end with over 50 kids, I mean, are you kidding me? It's like you're floating away on a cloud. Really, really cool. Thank you to Ann Pulsifer, Ms.
3? Yeah, okay. As we embark upon the journey to sell the public on the community bond, it will be more important than ever to find and achieve unity and purpose on this board. This bond will be an investment in taxpayer dollars by the public to ensure the educational needs of our students in the coming decades. I am concerned that what the public sees and what they have seen in the past in terms of this board, that it does not reflect how our schools are actually operating. This is not the case. My entire career in public education has been filled with mostly great experiences, and ones toward the end of it, sadly, that I would rather forget. I have been a major critic of public education when the circumstances have warranted it, and can and will be again. But for now, to repeat, it has been a pleasure working with this team of individuals, the superintendent and executive cabinet, a team very knowledgeable in their areas of expertise, dedicated to bringing about academic excellence for our students in a safe and secure environment. Through my site visits, I see this commitment transcend into the classroom where the real work is performed by our certificated and classified staff. I am continually impressed on a daily basis. Not that we don't have issues to deal with. Every school district, every organization, especially ones with thousands of employees, have issues to deal with. We are imperfect as human beings. We make mistakes as well as errors in judgment. However, it is important for the public to realize we are always reflecting on our strategies, practices, and values and seek continuous improvements in order to best serve our students and community. When thinking about this bond over the next year, please consider that a thriving and flourishing city is dependent on thriving and flourishing schools. Optimal teaching and learning cannot be achieved in environments that are not conducive to teaching and learning. We need investments in facilities to make this happen and need the public support to do it. Hopefully you and the public will agree that the trajectory has changed and that we are on the right path to making Temecula schools greater than ever. Thank you and good night.
Dr. Woods?
Thank you. Testing still continues. We're on the back end of it, but we're certainly grateful for all the efforts. And it's a very stressful time coming to the end of the school year. Our 5th graders, our 8th graders, and our 12th graders are all a couple weeks away from a major transition in their lives, and we wish them the best. Staff appreciation is being recognized all week. All of our staff members are getting out and delivering boxes of chocolate bars at each site for our staff members. We appreciate them. And on Thursday, we will recognize 73 retirees. That's a total of 1,735 total years of service to the TVUSD. And I hope we enjoy that time with all of our retirees on Thursday. Thank you.
All right. Can you pull up future agenda items? Okay, we have parliamentary services, CSBA conference, conference and travel report on coast to coast, CYBHI grant, that's going to be a workshop. Reorganization of subcommittees. Is there anything that any board members can think of right now that they want added to future agenda items?
I'm not sure. I mean, Linnea and I looked at a policy regarding promotion in the middle schools. That was confusing.
So middle school promotion, we'll
Middle
put
school
that on.
promotion and the Constitution test.
And the Constitution test.
Yes.
All right. Dr.
Priorities, we started a survey amongst the board members on which each board member picked 3 areas. I think Linnea was saying it was very, very general. Something like that needs to be hashed out with the board members.
So we did that survey?
Yeah, we did.
But it was like a start. It wasn't anything super specific yet.
I think it's going to get more specific as the budget process,
Okay.
continues.
So we
it's
can-
going to
we can have that conversation.
It's going to get more specific.
Okay. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing is there anything else that?
Just that I know you and I are going to discuss dress code. That's
Yeah.
still to come.
Could you
so
put
that's,
dress code on there? too?
That's coming, and resolution to the Constitution. Mr. Schwartz, that's you and I.
Was there anything moved off of this agenda meeting that we said we were going to address in the future? Yes, we'll do that one. The Board Advisory Committee.
I'm going to talk to Gary about that.
Yeah.
And finalize it.
And then, Mr. Langworthy, sorry, if you would, I know you've put a lot of time into that policy. If you want to set up a time and meet and go over it, maybe we can look at it if you get feedback from any board members, and I can help you amend it if there's something that we can amend. So just contact Linnea and she'll put it on a calendar for me.
What are we doing with that board advisor? I forgot what we're doing.
The back?
Yeah, what are we doing with
We
back?
need to schedule a workshop for it is what we need to do.
A
Oh, no,
workshop?
not the board advisory. I was
What are we doing?
confused.
What did we say we were doing with that?
Board advisory?
Yeah. Next meeting? Is that what we
Yeah,
said?
yeah.
Okay.
See, it's been a long night,
All right.
but it's not 1:30 in the morning. All right.
I think it's 10:04. 10:05.
Yep, the meeting is adjourned on Tuesday, May 13th, 2025 at 10:03.
Lost the over-under again.